Education Business Meeting on November 12th. Meeting is being conducted by a hybrid video participation live stream by the county channel. With safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, produced by the public. Public comment.
Is there anyone else here? Because it's pretty low.
Number. Robin, very all items listed on the November 12th, 2024 agenda. The board will reconvene tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. to finish the agenda items.
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session for the following. Receipt of legal advice regarding the superintendent's evaluation and contractual matter pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-70A1. Receipt of legal advice regarding pending claims and a settled claim covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-470A2. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed amendment number 25 with Ajax Building Company LLC for HVAC replacements 2023, referendum scope, guaranteed maximum price, GMP, proposal at Whale Branch Elementary School pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated 30-470A2. Also discussion of negotiation incident to propose amendment number 26 with Ajax Building Company LLC for approval of Robert Small's Leadership Academy Safety and Security Improvements 2023 referendum scope, guaranteed maximum price, proposal pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated 30-470A2. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed amendment number 45 with Thompson Turner Construction for HVAC replacement 2023, referendum scope, guaranteed maximum price, proposal at Port Royal Elementary School pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated 30-4-70A2. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed amendment number 46 with Thompson Turner Construction for approval of the DESC secured entry renovations 8% CIP scope, guaranteed maximum price, proposed pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated 30-4-70A2. And last, discussion of proposed property purchase in northern Beaufort County pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30-4-40A5.
Second. All right. Let's go right. Yep.
I have a question. Can you hear me? Who will be advising us? Who will be advising us on in legal counsel today?
Andrew White and Wendy Carl. All right.
For some reason, I can barely hear the chair when she talks. For some reason, her mic is going in and out.
Could the others online hear me? Chloe Ford, Elizabeth Hay.
I'm having that same issue. I'm having trouble hearing.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. It's lighting
much
up.
better.
I'll just mute my,
Much better.
okay,
Now
thank
I
you.
hear you clearly.
All right. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to take the vote here in the room, and then we'll go to online in alphabetical order. All right, all those in favor of the motion to go into executive session, please raise their hand and say aye. Aye. Online will go Gordon, Hay, Smith. Okay. All right, let's say yes.
Hey, I.
Chloe, okay. Gordon, aye. Hay, aye. Smith?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you. So and Mr. Nay is absent. Carries 901. So we'll go into executive session, and Andrea White is with us first. So Dr. Rodriguez, you'll join us shortly. And welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education meeting of November 12th, 2024. The board has just been in executive session and we are now back in public session. And Madam Secretary, do we have any action as necessary or appropriate regarding the matters that we discussed in executive session?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. We have several motions. In light of the superintendent's positive performance evaluation, I move that the board extend the superintendent's contract for 1 year through June 30th, 2029, and that the superintendent's salary be increased by 5%.
Dallas, second. Any discussion? All in favor will be first and then online. All in favor? Please raise your hand. Aye.
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 Hey, I.
All right, thank you.
Nay, aye.
Thank you. Board right there. Can you unmute, Chloe?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, Gordon, I.
Thank you. All right. So the motion regarding the superintendent's contract is approved, and it is 10-01. Right. Thank you. And 10 yeses and 1 no. Smith. Madam Chair, I move that the
Board of Education approve amendment number 25 with Ajax Building Company for the construction of the Well Branch Elementary School HVAC replacements based on the guaranteed maximum price of $803,765.
right, motion seconded by Ingrid Boatright. Any discussion? Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair. This question for the public. Is this a referendum, safety and security update? Was it voted upon the?
Yes, as
voters?
printed on the agenda, it says 2023 referendum. Yeah, as I mentioned. All right. All in favor? Say aye. Aye.
I.
Online?
Gordon, yes.
Hey, I.
Nay, aye.
That carries unanimously. Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 26 for the Ajax Building Company for the Robert Smalls Leadership Academy Safety and Security Improvement based on the guaranteed maximum price of
$793,884.
Second, Mr. Dahl. Mr. Smith?
Actually, I have a copy. But like I said, someone who may not have a copy of the agenda, they're looking at the TV, then they don't see that. So therefore, that's why I'm putting it out because it's my vote.
It's posted.
Thank you. It doesn't matter, Madam Chair. That's just that's my prerogative, not my right. Thank you.
It's on the agenda.
So I have the
Thank
same-
you, sir.
I have the same question. Is this a safety and security? Was this voted on upon the voters? Mr. Otting, is that my understanding?
All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Aye.
Gordon, I.
Hey, I.
Nay, aye.
That was approved unanimously. Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 45.
With Thompson Turner Construction, Inc., for the Port Royal Elementary School HVAC replacement based on the guaranteed maximum price proposal of $2,293,613.
Do we have a second? All right, Mr. Campbell. Go ahead, Mr. Otting.
No, I was just going to say this is part of the 2023 referendum.
Thank you. All in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Online?
Gordon, I.
Hey, I.
Nay, aye.
All right, that's approved unanimously.
Madam Chair, this is our last motion for executive session. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 46 with Thompson Turner Construction, Inc. for the District Educational Services Center secured entry renovations based on the guaranteed maximum price proposal of $5,405,232.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, if the funding for this was 8% funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye. Ms. Boatright, did you vote? You're a no, okay. And then online?
Gordon, I.
Hay, abstain.
Nay, aye.
Right, so the motion carries, 9 yeses, 1 abstention, Hay, and 1 no, Boatright. Motions for tonight.
Yes, ma'am, Madam
For
Chair.
executive session, thank you. Next, we need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, second by Ms. Boatright. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Gordon?
Oh, Gordon, I.
Hay, aye.
Nay, aye.
Nay. All right, the agenda is approved unanimously. We will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Bluffton High School student Crystal Buck passed away after a lengthy illness last week. Has been properly notified. We will now have our student performance, and tonight we have the Broad River Elementary third grade singers under the direction of Laura Boozer. Welcome.
you love me, think of it. If you cherish freedom, think of it. For the price they made, for the sacrifice they made. If you love your country, think of it. So very 2%, the red, white, and blue. You take you love your country. I love my country. If you cherish freedom, cherish you.
Our singer's request. If we love our country, let's thank our veterans. So would all the veterans that are present tonight in our room, please stand so we can applaud you, and would also like everyone at home that's a veteran to stand, so you will also get applause from us. Thank you to each and every one of you for your service. Next on our agenda, we have points of celebration. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Guads. This evening on Points of Celebration, we begin with Character Education Student of the Month for September for Northern Beaufort County. Program was formed to support parents' efforts to develop good character in their children. And tonight, we're celebrating the Character Ed Student of the Month, exhibiting the character trait of acceptance. Acceptance is defined as the action or process of being received as adequate or suitable, typically to be admitted into a group or received by others. September's Student of the Month for Northern Beaufort County is Abner Gupton, a fifth grade student at St. Helena Elementary School. And here to introduce Abner is Principal Constance Goodwine Lewis.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yes, it's the right school. I am now the principal of St. Helena Elementary, but I have to say those starfish were pretty awesome. So I'm glad that they were singing tonight while we're here to celebrate a very special young man, Mr. Abner Gupton, a fifth grade Panther who you can't just say anything about. Like, I could be here all night. He is absolutely the model student, and acceptance is the perfect thing for him to be honored for. You know, he was concerned about the performance of his class on our first diagnostic. And how do you know that, principal? Well, I asked him, how was your day today, as I was putting him in the car? And he said, you know, our teacher went over our performance and I'm a little bit concerned about some of my classmates. And I said, I appreciate your level of concern. I said, and I know you're going to help them improve their performance the next time. He describes this teacher as balanced. That's his description of his teacher. And he appreciates what he is learning from her and how she's fair with her consequences. You know, she doesn't punish the whole class. She's very observant, he says. I'm sharing these things because I want you to really understand his personality. I'm going to introduce his teacher at this time. The amazing Miss Doe is going to say a few words also about our amazing Abner.
Hello, I will keep this brief because, like she said, we could be here all night. But just to sum up Abner, I think his level of acceptance mirrors what a lot of adults need in this country. He can enter any room with any unfamiliar face and make anyone feel welcome. He is the definition of Zen. The world could be on fire around him and he would calmly observe and say, you know, I think we should probably do this. What do you think? And we'd be okay. He doesn't tolerate any put downs. He makes sure that everybody feels included. And I could not think of another face when I saw this word. And I'm very, very happy that he was chosen. He deserves it.
Absolutely.
Miss Goodwine Lewis, is Abner also one of your superstar drummers?
Abner is, but you know what else is important to know about Abner? When I tell you the stars align for such an amazing young man. Y'all, today is his birthday.
Wow.
You're going to take a picture? Is Mom and Dad here?
Everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Mom's gonna-
Oh, that's
I'll come over here if I talk. I know I'm kind of a little dark, yeah.
So Dr. Rodriguez, we need the podium.
We got one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
My error. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Abner. Right, one more item on points of celebration this evening. The 2024 National Parent Educator of the Year. And we have a video to show you. So before I move further into this presentation, I'd like to turn your attention to the video that's going to play.
loud.
We have technical difficulties and we won't be able to show the video this evening. However, this evening we celebrate Linda Freeman as the 2024 National Parent Educator of the Year. And as a parent educator for the past 26 years with the Beaufort County School District Office of Early Childhood, Ms. Freeman understands the importance of parents being their child's first and most important teacher. Ms. Freeman has helped the district's program grow into what it is today, a nationally accredited and national Blue Ribbon affiliate home visitation program that serves children ages birth to 5, and that has served the families of Beaufort County for over 30 years. Mrs. Freeman partners with families in our community to build a solid foundation and support system to foster early childhood success. She is successful in supporting families with early childhood development and improved parenting practices, the early detection of developmental delays and health issues, the prevention of child abuse and neglect, and the increased knowledge of school readiness skills to lead to future school success. In the audience with us this evening, we have several parents and children who are enrolled in our Parents as Teachers program. They are here tonight showing their support for Ms. Freeman and their support for the program. We would like to congratulate Ms. Freeman on being awarded the 2024 National Parent Educator of the Year. Your service and dedication to early childhood in Beaufort County has made a direct impact on our community. And if you'd come forward at this time. Oh, they got the video for you. Great.
Linda Freeman.
Excited to receive her award. For the second year in a row, the Beaufort County School District Office of Early Childhood Education has a National Parent Educator of the Year. This video was recorded as Linda Freeman was named the 2024 National Parent Educator of the Year at a National Parents as Teachers conference in San Diego, California.
I was honored and humbled to accept that award, knowing that I am doing great works in the job that I do daily, and also that I am working along with an awesome team that pushes me along, and they all are excellent. And that award means that I am touching families all over the school district, being a Beaufort County school parent educator.
Ms. Freeman has been with the district's Parents as Teachers program for the past 28 years.
What I like so much is that I get to go into the homes of these families and give them parenting skills, resources, especially meeting with them with group connections as a group with other families the same age or different age of children. That's most important of all. And also the child development screenings that we do each month, and also the milestones that we do to let parents know that their children are doing well and getting ready for success in school.
Ms. Freeman's passion for education and community engagement has made a significant impact in the lives of parents and children throughout our area.
Mrs. Freeman empowers families to set and achieve goals to build upon best parenting practices. She provides high-quality early learning experiences to help children reach developmental milestones through our district Parents as Teachers program. Here in Beaufort County, Mrs. Freeman partners with local community agencies to connect families to local resources to help them overcome barriers and thrive.
This is the second time a district parent educator has been named a National Parent Educator of the Year. Last year, Deborah Washington won the award. For the Beaufort County School District, Ron Lopes.
If you would come up here at this time. And of course, your trophy, which I'll leave here so you can say a few words.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Right.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I would just like to thank our superintendent. Thank you so much for all that you do for Beaufort County School District. I'd like to thank Ashley Hutchison of Early Childhood Education. Dr. Stemple here is the coordinator for early childhood education. I'd like to thank some of my families that are here tonight. The ones that are here, thank you so much for letting me come into your homes. And the ones that are watching back home and in your home, I thank you too. But most of all, I just have to thank my family that's here tonight, my husband, my grandchildren, my family, my friends, everyone. I just thank you all. I could not have done this without everyone because it takes a village. Oh, and I have to thank Miss Dixon over there. But it takes a village to work with the families and work with our children. And I know that if we do this as a team, all of our children will be successful. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Come on up. Hold this for me. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. I did not say thank you to the other parent educators because we all work as a team, our early childhood team, our traveling preschool bus, but most of all, my parent educators back there on the back row, raise your hand. I love you all.
On our agenda are our first public comments. Yeah. Because I don't see his topic on the agenda. Okay. Next, have the clock update given by Mike McNally and Ray Warco. So I'm sorry, bring that back.
Is that okay? Is that working?
Now it is.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Quad, Colonel, and board members, and my friend Carlton Dallas, former clock member.
Yeah.
Good to be here. I'm Mike McNally. I'm the chairman of the 2019 bond referendum citizens-led oversight committee. I'm here this evening to give you an update on where we are as of the third quarter. That would be ending this September. Do we have slides on this anywhere? If not, I can just go without them. That's fine. For those here this evening, maybe in the audience, who are not familiar with our committee, the Citizens-Led Oversight Committee, we use the acronym CLOC, C-L-O-C. We are composed of 8 volunteers. We're mainly all retired professionals with years of experience in construction management, finance, and even education. We've all been interviewed and selected by Dr. Rodriguez to serve in this capacity. We've been meeting once a month for almost the last 4 years. We monitor all the building projects independently, the schedules, the budgets, the expenditures, all related to the bond referendum to ensure that the proper use of the Beaufort County taxpayers' funds were what was promised and what was actually built as superior facilities for the Beaufort County students, and it's going that way. Matter of fact, we have our next meeting, which is our 58th meeting tomorrow evening. The public's always welcome. This one will be at Okatee Middle School at 6 o'clock. So if anybody wants to join us, you're welcome to come and comment and listen. The bond referendum highlights are this. Go over this quickly. In 2019, Beaufort County voters approved a $344,610,000 bond issue, for which the school district added an additional $31,100,000 due to the sale of the bonds and the bond premium. These monies have been used to cover school construction and other improvements and upgrades at 17 elementary schools, 8 middle schools, 6 high schools, and including the construction of new major athletic additions and other renovations at many of the schools. And I might add, there's been a lot of the money put into safety and security, especially in technology. And regardless of whether it was a small renovation at a school or a whole new school, every school got all of this safety and security work done. As far as the highlights at the end of the quarter, completed new construction projects include the May River High School addition, the River Ridge Academy addition, Beaufort High School Wrestling and Weight Room addition, Robert Smalls Leadership Academy school replacement, an entire new school and taking the old school down. There were completed major renovations at Beaufort Elementary and Battery Creek High School, and completed advanced design projects at Hilton Head Island High School with additions and renovations, and also May River High School addition and renovations. Further, there were some completed limited scope items, including playground improvements at 23 locations, athletic improvements at 13 locations, building entry improvements at 36 locations, bi-directional amplifiers installed at 34 locations, radios at 36 locations, new emergency generators at 28 locations, PA and intercom systems at 30 locations, security cameras at 20 locations, access control and intrusion alarms at 19 locations, and technology room additions and expansions at 33 locations. So you can see there's been one heck of a lot of work done over the last 3.5 years. There are some remaining items. The work at over 30 schools across the county is now finally winding down, and the dollars available to do that work are also winding down. And the clock committee has been very diligent in monitoring all of this work as far as the progress of the work, the quality of the work, the timeliness of the work, and the dollars spent. The remaining issues as the end of September, the Hilton Head Island High School new field house should get the final state inspection. Should have had it, I think it was done end of October. I think it was October 24th. So that is done. The Hilton Head Island Middle School renovations, they're going to get the final inspection on November 20th. Robert Smalls Leadership Academy, there's some tree remediation being done. The bi-directional amplifiers are needed at 2 locations, a few more PAs and intercoms at 6 locations, security cameras at 15 locations, access control and intrusion alarms at 23, and final cost work adjustments made by the architects and construction managers. There's 30 project closeouts to be done, and all the parties have been instructed to try to get these done as quick as possible, trying to get everything done this calendar year. Some of the things may slide on a little bit into the first quarter of next year. As I said before, the money's dwindling down as we near the completion of all the work in this road and in this referendum. And I'll just give you a quick final summary. If somebody has the slides there, they could put that up. Yeah, we see a green, what we call a traffic light at the top. We like to see that at clock. That means everything's going smooth. If we see it yellow, that means there's a problem, and we never like to see a red one. So this is all good news. The summary is this: as of November 30th, the beginning original budget, as I said before, was $344,610,000. The bond premium was added to that to give a total budget of $375,710. And paid and committed through the end of September, 99.59% of that has been committed. The remaining funds to commit is just 0.41%, or a little over $1.5 million. We have some small contingency activity in September, a few dollars returned, and we've used a little bit less than $15,000 of the contingencies. Total contingencies remaining to complete the work, $169,632. In summary, the individual budgets have been adjusted and tracked using the program contingency logs. Budget increases were supported by the referendum contingency and bond premiums. The dollars spent and encumbered did not exceed the budgeted project totals, and the dollars spent per project did not exceed the estimated project percentage completed. The district's consultants, Turner and Townsend Heery, they continue to report what we call a soft landing. That is, at the end of the day, we will have enough money and a couple nickels in our pocket at the end. So that's what we're expecting, and hopefully my next report will be the final report, just saying we made it, we're across the goal line, everything went great. So if you don't have any questions, if you do, I'll try to answer them. If not, Ray Warco has a brief report on the 2024 referendum. No questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you. Good evening. As you heard, and I'm going to make this brief. Mike was talking about the 2019 referendum. I see you looking at your watch, Carl. Now, I will be brief, I promise. But you did see that 99% of what was approved by the voters has been either spent or committed. You know, what do I mean by that is spending is the actual dollars that the district put out. Committed means they've signed contracts not to exceed a certain dollar amount. So therefore, as he said, we're almost done. Now, as far as the next referendum is concerned, he indicated it was 24. It's really a 23 referendum. It's going to carry on for approximately 4 years. That referendum was larger than the 19 referendum. It's $439 million. So far, we have either spent or committed to spend $105 million, which leaves $333 million left. How much of that on a percentage basis is left? 76%. So we are almost through. It was about a year ago when we passed the 2023 referendum, and we've got 76% left. The good news is that we had a contingency of starting out $28 million. We've used very little of that. And so the contingency is still, by the way, we've used less than $1 million. So the contingency is still $28 million. But when we look at the contingency compared to what we have left to spend, we have a contingency percentage of 9.25%, which is really what we like to see. As far as the individual projects are concerned, you can see those on the screen, the May River Elementary School. And by the way, all these jobs all these particular projects that we've been talking about are within budget. And that is really what we look at. We look to make sure that the monies that they say they're going to, that have been approved, that they say they're going to spend, have appropriately been spent. And the reports that we get from the district verify that. And we check those reports, we check them mathematically and make sure that what they tell us is in fact what we see. As I told you before, I think the last quarter, we will get the audit report shortly, probably within the next month or two. And what we will do is take by the way, it's a balance sheet as of June 30th. We will go back and look at our June 30 numbers to make sure that they tie back. In all of the prior 4 years, they have tied back with the 2019 referendum. So we look to do the same thing in 2023. There are a lot of details that I'm probably not going to go over. I'm going to conclude my report and I will end up with, are there any questions of any of you at this point in time?
Questions?
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I just don't have a question. I have a comment. I'd just like to thank you and your committee and the work that you guys done. I haven't been to one of your meetings in a while, but I'm going to get back on track. And I'd just like to thank y'all for all the hours that you guys put in.
Our entire committee thanks you for that.
I appreciate that.
And we look forward to seeing you.
Yes,
and anybody else that would like to appear. We would look forward to that.
I don't have anything else to say. Basically, I wanted to just say thank you to both of you and the entire committee publicly.
I will pass that on to the committee at our meeting tomorrow night. And thank you all. That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Answers to the questions.
Next on our agenda is the chair report. Just recently completed its annual performance evaluation of the superintendent, and I will read the summary of that evaluation tonight. Dr. Frank Rodriguez began his tenure as the superintendent of Beaufort County School District on July 1, 2019. The Beaufort County Board of Education employs and evaluates the performance of the superintendent. The Board of Education just completed its 5th annual evaluation of Dr. Rodriguez on the 2023-2024 school year and is now sharing the results with the community. The 2023-2024 Superintendent Annual Evaluation Instrument will be attached to the letter, and it was unchanged from 2022 to 2023. The total composite evaluation score included 32 questions related to 5 components of professional practice, which was weighted as 45%, and 7 questions were related to 3 measurable components. And those 3 components are student achievement with a weight of 25%, teacher recruitment and retention with a weight of 15%, and financial oversight with a weight of 15%. Scoring choices for each question were 1, ineffective, 2, minimally effective, 3, effective, and 4, highly effective. Board members completed individual evaluations, which were collated and then shared with the superintendent and the board. The 32 questions included in the 5 components of professional practice were weighted as follows: government and board relations, 20%, community relations, 15%, staff relations, 15%, business and finance, 20%, instructional leadership 30%. The average scores for each component of professional practice were governance and board relations 3.50, community relations 3.54, staff relations 3.49, business and finance 3.80, instructional leadership 3.67. The total composite professional practice score was 3.62. The average scores for the three measurable components were student achievement 3.35, teacher recruitment and retention 3.50, and financial oversight 3.63. Dr. Frank Rodriguez earned a total composite evaluation score of 3.353, which is highly effective overall. The Board of Education congratulates Dr. Frank Rodriguez on his highly effective performance rating, leading the Beaufort County School District in the 2023-2024 school year. Dr. Frank Rodriguez scored highest in the areas of business and finance in the professional practice section and financial oversight in the measurable components portion. The budget was spent with 0.7% remaining, and the Beaufort County School District continues to maintain a Moody's AA1 bond rating, the highest rating shared with Greenville for the 73 public school districts in South Carolina. For the fourth consecutive year, the district earned a perfect score of 10, indicating low overall financial risk on the subrecipient risk assessment by the South Carolina Department of Education. The overall strong financial track record of the district, along with Dr. Rodriguez's successful oversight of the construction projects of the $344 million 2019 school bond referendum, undoubtedly was instrumental in securing record-breaking bond funding in 2023. 72% voter approval of the $439 million. Supporting evidence for Dr. Rodriguez's emphasis on quality classroom instruction includes Beaufort County School District being ranked among the top in the state for teacher compensation for the third year in a row, maintaining staff childcare opportunities, providing ongoing quality professional development for educators. More than half of Beaufort County School District schools are ranked as excellent or good on the 2023-2024 South Carolina school report cards. Improvement in students' meet and exceed scores for South Carolina Ready, English Language Arts, and Math, end of course exams for algebra and biology, and meeting college or career readiness standards. Dr. Frank Rodriguez has been named the 2025 South Carolina State Superintendent of the Year and selected one of 25 superintendents nationwide as a 2023 superintendent to watch by the National School Public Relations Association. The board sincerely thanks Dr. Rodriguez for his effective leadership, his many efforts, for his dedication and commitment to the district.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very
I have
welcome.
a wonderful team that I'm blessed to work with. So that's what makes it happen.
The annual South Carolina School Boards Association Delegate Assembly and Legislative Conferences in the first weekend of December, and all 73 public school districts in the state belong to the School Boards Association. And each district is given representation at the delegate assembly based on the number of students that are enrolled in the district. And we have approximately 21,000 students in our district, so we have 7 delegates for the assembly in Charleston in December. And we had 7 board members sign up to go to the assembly and the conference, and it's usually excellent information, and we'll vote on issues that the School Boards Association will then bring forward to the General Assembly. Next, we have our committee reports, and for academics, we have Angela Middleton reporting.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to make this very brief. Out of the academic committee meeting, which was held on October 30th, 2024, 2 motions came about, and I will present those at the end. But this is our executive summary. The agenda included presentations on Student Service Division Operational Expectation 13, Discipline, presented by Dr. Juliet White and Dr. Derek Skaggs. Instructional Services Division Local Board Approval Course presentations by Karen McKenzie indicated 22 current active LBA courses in grades 6 through 12 and provided a breakdown of students currently enrolled by school. Also, Ms. McKenzie presented the 3 new LBA courses, which is Student Government, Musical Theater, International Baccalaureate, Middle Years, Personal Project. Karen Gilbert also presented 2 new LBA courses, Career Technical Education Healthcare, Career Technical Education Trades, and Industrial Trades and Industrial. I implore board members to go back and review that meeting because they talked about all of this information in depth, and also the community if you need additional information. Madam Chair, at this time, I move that the Board of Education approve the local board course listing for the use of the 2024-2025 academic school year.
Second by Ms. Boatright. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Online.
Anybody else? Nay, aye.
Hey, I, sorry, the mics went out again.
Sorry, the mics went out again.
Oh, okay, thank you. I guess Ms. Gordon? All right, that was she did? Okay, so that was approved unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next motion, we need to approve the new courses that were presented. So I move that the Board of Education approve the local board courses presented on October 30th, 2024 of the IB MYP Personal Project, Musical Theater 2, Leadership Government, CTE Workforce Development, Healthcare, CTE Workforce Development, Trades, and Industrial.
Do we have a second? Okay, Mr. Dallas, any discussion? All in favor? Oh, Mr. Nay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since our school has a curriculum that is the IB curriculum, why are we having to approve the course locally? Is it not part of the IB curriculum?
This is one of the new courses that's going to be a part of the curriculum. If we
We'll have Dr. Stratos address your question.
The reason I asked is because the justification write-up said that we were non-compliant. So that's why we needed to run this course. I'm wondering how long have we been non-compliant, and I'm sorry, Dr. Stratos, please go ahead and verify.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The course has been brought forward as an elective course for 10th graders who had in their 10th grade, which is level 5 of the IB MYP, where students complete a personal project to show their cumulative knowledge in an area that is community and service, either within the school or the community itself, in order to enhance our learning environment is the nicest way of being able to put that. For it is student driven. They have a mentor who helps develop and ensure. And the course is set up for 60 hours, so we meet the necessary Carnegie units.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but the write-up said that we were non-compliant if we didn't have this. So how long have we been non-compliant?
Let me get my executive summary, sir, because I'm not familiar with that specific language, as we have not had an issue of compliance. Let me just grab my binder, sir.
And while she's doing that, also, Ms. McKenzie did a final presentation on the performing arts and art program. So all those updates are in that particular committee meeting. Hold on.
As the IB does not give courses for middle year programs, so I'm questioning the language itself on the non-compliant, sir. So I am just pulling up the government course, musical theater, IB MYP. May you reference to me which category you are focused on the executive summary?
It wasn't in the executive summary. It was in the local board approved, like the actual write-up by the instructor. I'm looking for it now. In the paragraph 3, listed criteria selecting students for the course, including prerequisite courses. If we are not, or we are out of compliance with the 1B MYP, if we do not have 100% participation in this culminating project.
Let me give you clarification on that, sir. It is not a matter of the compliance of not having a course. The goal of the school is to have 100% of our students within the IB MYP at a level 5 to complete the project. The term may be being utilized a little too strongly. It's not a matter of compliance. I understand where they're coming from. It's a sense of their evaluation this academic school year. They want to ensure support for the evaluation and give some support to our students as another issue as to why this is kind of important to you as a learner, as well as to our middle years program. The language may have been focused more at the evaluation, where they were not having 100% of the 10th graders completing their middle year's personal project.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Boatright?
Oh, I was just going to do some filler, but I was just going to say on that AP Music Theory, it's very exciting because we haven't had that. And I think that's a really important class to add. But I also want to say on the visual arts performance, performing in visual arts presentation that was given, there was a fulsome discussion in academics committee, and certainly anyone can go back and watch that. But I think if we have it on the agenda and we include a PowerPoint presentation slides, which don't provide a lot of information, but provide a lot of data points, I do think we should have at least an executive summary or something, just because for the public's benefit, understanding why this information might have been presented and sort of a general sense of what was discussed might be useful.
Ms. McKenzie, if you would like to come up to the podium and talk about that.
And actually, I was going to speak to that, Mrs. Boatright, because I believe that we did say that Ms. McKenzie was going to come up and give us a brief. That is what was discussed in the academic committee. So I was kind of lost why she hadn't come up yet, but yeah. In terms of.
Here she is.
Thank you. And I'll be more than happy to come up. We did discuss me going over briefly the slides that I'd shared at that presentation. If Ms. Cushenberry can pull those up. And this really started because we wanted to just give, there were some questions that we asked, and we just wanted to give a basic overview of where we are right now with the arts program. So I went over some of those pieces. Very basic things. We talked about the fact that we do have 7 arts and basic curriculum schools here in our district, as well as 2 art integrated schools. We talked about the fact that we had 3 visual and performing high schools. Why was that important to us? We're starting to see art more strongly infused in all of our schools. And by arts, I mean all of the arts. So that was a positive for us. We also hold 2 camps for our art students. But a really big thing that we wanted to make sure we got out there is last year, 32 schools in Beaufort County School District, our students put on 433 student performances. That is amazing. I mean, absolutely amazing. If you'll go on up, Ms. Kishenberry, if you look at those hours of professional development, I don't want to be misleading there. The district does 79 hours of professional development. And then we have a Kennedy Center partner grant. And with them, we did an additional 83 hours. We also are very fortunate to have another community partner here, Fripp Island Friends of Music, who also provides some things for us and for our teachers. Visual arts program, we just wanted to show how our visual arts program has grown. I have to tell you though, and I have to share it. I know I promised I'd hurry. But if you see the picture on this, that is not an accident that picture is there. The South Carolina State Fair just took place. We had tons of student winners. We always do. Beaufort County shows up and takes names. This year, we also had a teacher who placed with a picture. We had a school counselor who placed with a picture, and the one you're looking at is a winner from one of our assistant principals at Hilton Head High School. It's his drive-in in the morning. How fortunate. So we are on that. We're just trying to show that we're continuing to grow those higher level opportunities like what we were discussing earlier. You can go on. And this is why it was just too much for that one-page executive summary. And this is not all of what our students did last year, but just so you can go back when you have time and look. Two really big ones there is students who are now published by the National Art Honor Society. That is huge. And students whose work is currently at Congress, being displayed at Congress in DC. It's important. As you know, that was a charge we have, is just to continue to grow those performing arts programs, and we are getting there. I do want to pull some attention on a few things on this slide, though. One of them is dance. Dance is quickly becoming one of our fastest growing performing arts here in the district. Our students love it, and we have some great dance teachers. Guitar is also growing very quickly. That started off very small with 3 young men. Now we have a program that's almost 300 students. Piano is also growing very quickly. And again, too many celebrations really to go through all of them, but we do a good job. We have a great communications department here, and they are constantly putting things out on social media for us. We appreciate that. And then this is the part that I really wanted to share with you tonight. So I'm just going to take a second on this. Gifted and talented identification. This has really changed for Beaufort County in the last 2 years. When I first came into this position, I didn't like the numbers I saw. I'm just going to be honest. I didn't like them. I was like, there's something wrong here. Why are we only identifying 6 students? What's happening? But when you looked at the program that we had in place, it was kind of a wordy process to go through. So we have reworked that process. That's one. We've made it easier for the people who are judging for us to judge for us. We've also tried really hard to encourage parents as well as teachers and even community members to let us know when they see a student who they think might be artistically gifted and talented. That has really brought us some increases. We're running on about a 50% increase right now. As you can see, those bottom ones, those little bottom charts at the very bottom, we're almost getting there. That very last one, if we could just get those lines a little more on the even side, I'll be a lot happier about it. But I do have to say this real quick in closing is our program was really rewritten. I started doing some work, but when Josh Wall came in as our coordinator, that was one of the first things I told him. I said, fix this, get the opportunity for our kids. And he worked hard on it. With what he completed, he shared that with the state, and he has now been asked by the state of South Carolina to tutor and help and mentor other districts' arts coordinators. So kudos to Mr. Wall on that great work.
Mr. Ney has a question.
And just our goals for the year. Yes.
Mr. Ney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the performing arts programs that you have listed on page 5, is that like K through 12 or just 6 through 12?
Those are secondary numbers right there. Yes, so those are secondary, 6 through 12.
6 through 12. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
So
We run those standard programs.
Okay. I don't mean to discount what's going on, but the 433 student performances, that's only 13 per school. And when you divide them up among the different categories they have listed, I would think that's only 1 or 2 per category. So 433 performances, I think, is kind of small. As far as the honor band down there, I'm on page 6 now. 51 students in the Beaufort County School District High School Honor Band. So that's just an honor band of students from our district only, and the middle school also?
That's correct. Once a student is identified as gifted and talented, one of the things that the state requires us to do is provide unique programs for that giftedness area. So as a district, we provide that in many areas. We do a district dance festival. We do 2 bands. We do a high school band. We do a middle school band. We do theater. We do 2 choruses, but we give that opportunity, and we also do the summer program opportunity.
Okay. I'm sorry if you don't mind, Madam Chair. Just one more question. So the last couple of times that you've briefed the arts, you've placed a significant amount of weight on the gifted and talented. What is the incentive for getting up our gifted and talented? I mean, is there federal or state funding involved? It seems like you place a lot of weight on gifted and talented. What's the incentive?
I'll be honest with you, my incentive is not on the funding that we get for any student. Mine is for the opportunities that we're providing students. So when I saw a district of 20,000 kids, and we were coming up with 100 kids being identified, national averages are usually 6 to 10%. So I wanted to see Beaufort County somewhere between 10 to 12%, because I definitely think we have that giftedness here. So that was one reason why we put some emphasis here. And another reason, quite honestly, is we had some populations that were not represented in the manner in which they should have been. So we really wanted to focus on that being more fair.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
First, I'll just like to tell you, thank you for all the hard work that you and the staff have done with this. There was a lot of information here, because we spoke at length about this information that you've given us, tongue got tied. But just to speak to the last comment that my colleague said, I think that you have, to his and to your, also to both of your defenses, I think that you have took a kaleidoscope to several of these programs that you have spoke about with the gifted and talented, in terms of, I think that maybe it was at the last, meeting we had here, the community ecumenical partners. I think you were saying it was important to get students at different levels in terms of gifted and talented, actually kind of open up some people's eyes that gifted and talented is not that one look or that one smart, brilliant student. That is different layers of what that look like. And I think that it's important that we, along the way, that we continue to get that message out and educate people what exactly that is. And so I will let you know I appreciate that. And as well as we have someone who comes to the board meeting and who talks a lot about the band, and we spoke at length. And so that was another reason why I wanted you to bring this publicly, because we spoke about what the programs in terms of the arts look like and how you were working towards them. So I think that if you didn't attend that meeting, as my other colleague said, it would be definitely good for you to go back and look, because we covered a lot in that meeting, and we talked about a lot of this at length. So, and I say this to say to the public, not grandstand, just to say that we are looking and we do hear y'all voices, and we appreciate you coming. Continue to come, and we will continue to work. And I thank you and your team really, because you're doing the work, and look forward to you continue to doing the actual work that goes into these PowerPoint presentations, because it takes a lot to be able to get this done. And we do know that you understand that you look at every kid every day. So we do appreciate you for that. And I think that was it on that. It was one more thing I meant to tell you about, but I don't remember. We didn't say it on this particular PowerPoint, but I do remember us talking about, and I was kind of waiting for it, but I do remember also, in terms of wrapping up my comments on this whole segment, that we were talking about the menu in terms of the programs that we have and the programs that we voted for. I said I was looking forward, and I wanted to put out publicly, because I don't want to say, oh, hey, he goes against voting no. So I'll say publicly, in terms of bringing these programs and what we have in terms of our menu, I'm looking for staff and teachers to kind of streamline and look and see what we already have on our menu before we start to add other items on our menu, to see what could be what program could be utilized for more than one school and more than one program. Because the larger our menu gets, I think sometimes our menu can get our appetite and get away from us. And I'm the type of person, when I go look towards my meal, I want to be careful of how I spend my calories. So I'm looking forward to us looking in terms of how we're adding to our menu, on where are we putting our menu, and we see what our menu already serves, and who it serves moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So one last thing, Madam Chair, is an update on the Health Advisory Committee. There was a discussion about how to communicate with the committee members, and it is the academic committee's decision that any communication with the Health Advisory Committee members must be conducted at their meetings. This decision was made by the academic committee as the Health Advisory Committee falls under their domain. So any communications, anyone who wants to communicate with them needs to attend their meetings. The next academic committee meeting will be held on November 20th, 2024, and we will follow up. There will be a follow-up presentation on Student Services Operational Expectation 13. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for your report.
All right, next up, we have Colonel Guy reporting for Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance Committee met on October 18th in its normal monthly committee meeting. Ms. Tanya Crosby presented the Board of Education budget, and we are on budget. Also presented the monthly $100,000 report for the months of June and August, and the transparency report for the months of June and August. Some questions, minor questions were asked, and all answers were satisfactory. Ms. Denise Mattson presented an executive summary for ESSER funds through September 30th, which is the end of ESSER funding. And I am proud to announce that we spent every dime of $73,658,403 given to us by the federal government to cope with the impact of COVID. And that bought us extended learning facilities north and south of the Broad. It bought us coaches. It bought us software. It bought us some infrastructure changes, but very little. It did help put good filtration in every one of our classrooms. But to manage this program of this extensiveness by a small group, by Denise and the finance department, having monitored federal budgets for a number of years, this is not easy work, because you have to have it exactly set so that you spend the money at the right time for the right reasons, because everything that we spent was monitored by the state and the federal government to make sure that we were using it as directed by Congress. So my congratulations to the Finance Department on an excellent job on that program. Next item, another great piece. Well, we'll go to that other piece in a minute. Ms. Crosby presented the Administrative Regulations OS 22 Parental Support Groups, Booster Clubs. And areas that were changed in the IR are definitions, booster club definitions, and financial officer was defined, and other changes in Section 5, booster club responsibilities. This is very important. There's been some problems with booster club funding and how funds from the booster club have been expended. And with state guidance and with the good work of our finance department, we've tightened that up to ensure that we don't have that kind of a problem in our district. Next item, Ms. Kaylee Linger presented the semi-annual Minority Women-Owned Business Report. Ms. Linger, would you come up and give an update? And do you have that slide to show?
I don't want to take all the credit for the ESSER funds. This team of folks you see here and others at home had a tremendous part of that effort, and I want to make sure to recognize them as well because they, working with us, we did a great job together as a team to make sure that that happened. So I wanted to make sure to recognize them. Ms. Yinger?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm very happy to show you the report that we provided to the Finance Committee. It was our semi-annual report. We report this every 6 months, and we were able to meet our goal of non-certified at 17.24%. Our goal is 10%, so we've exceeded it for that semi-annual. We've had a lot of outreach, working with Turner Townsend Heery, working with operations, working with the board, working with the Beaufort Black Chamber of Commerce, working with Miss Raquel from
E for All.
E for All, yes. And then some new endeavors that have been presented by the board and Dr. Rodriguez for the Hispanic Business Association, which we will be venturing out for that. So yeah, we met our goal.
And well, let's not minimize this. Since 2017, we haven't even come close to this goal. And in 2024, for the first time, we exceeded the goal. And that's shout out to you. It's a shout out to the Black Chamber of Commerce. And this E for All, that means entrepreneurialism for all people. And this is a nonprofit that's come in. And in fact, we had a meeting today with Miss Raquel, who's the head of that, the local chapter here, and Dr. Lavecchio from ACE to expand on entrepreneurial problem or issues with our small contractors. And what she has done has taught these small contractors, minority and women-owned contractors, how to build a business plan, how to give a pitch their business to prime contractors so they can get subcontracts. They've done a tremendous amount of work, and I want to shout out to them about that and to you for making this happen. That's an excellent accomplishment for this district.
Oftentimes when we had last met the goal, it was many years before this chart, we met it because of construction. And I think that had a large part to do with it this time as well. And our partners with Turner Townsend Heery, our facilities office staff, they have done many outreach seminars. We had one just a few months ago that had a good turnout. And so I think we are able to, as we do more outreach like that, we will continue to see the rewards of that. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Last item is Ms. Crosby presented an audit update, and Ms. Crosby will present that to the full board.
So our audit is going very well. I think I have an item under board business this evening, and I'm going to give you a request, make a request at that time. But we are ahead of schedule this year. We have a new audit team within the same company. We've been switched over to the Columbia office instead of the Macon office. We are about 2 weeks ahead of schedule. We have a call with them tomorrow. We've already received a draft. I'm reviewing it over there as we go through the board meeting. And so all of our accountants are looking through it and finding any notes. We have a meeting tomorrow, and we're going to be wrapping things up and hopefully issuing by next Friday, which is well before Thanksgiving. So we're very excited about that. And based on the draft I have, there, it is no audit findings. So, so I'm not sure what year that makes, but it's 20 something, around the 24 mark, I believe, consecutive years of no audit findings. So we're extremely excited about that. We're just wrapping up the final report, which is about 200 pages long. So it's a lot of stuff. So
I'd like to make a comment that I was very happy to hear that a different office came in and audited us. I'm happy to hear that because when you have a different office come in, they're always trying to find something that the other office didn't find. So they look a lot harder. So to hear that we have another good, clean audit is not just business as usual. It's a little extra more difficulty this year because of the different office coming in and doing it. So congratulations on something that's very well done. Any questions from the Finance Committee report? Our next meeting is 2 days from now at 1 p.m. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Colonel Geyer. We have to go back to academics because we got sidetracked. We had the motion and some presentation and we never did the final vote. So go ahead and repeat the motion for us.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve the local board courses presented on October 30th, 2024, IB MYP Personal Project, Musical Theater 2, Leadership Government, CTE Workforce Development, Healthcare, CTE Workforce Development, Trades, and Industrial.
And if I remember correctly, I think it was you, Mr. Dallas, that seconded it. Okay. So motion also now on the table, and now we'll take the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Online? Gordon?
Hey, aye.
Nay, aye.
All right, so the motion carries 10-0-0 with Ms. Gordon absent from the vote. Now we can go on to operations, and we have Carlton Dallas reporting as the chair of that committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On November the 7th, we had our meeting, and was a very productive meeting, good dialogue. And I think our clock colleagues have really, to a large extent, brought us up to detail on many of the projects. So I'll go through that very briefly. The 2019, as you already heard, is basically closed. 6 figures in terms of program contingency left. What I'd like to sort of touch on is all of the energy that's coming with the 2023 referendum, because not only do we have several projects such as May River Elementary School, May River Career Technical Education, as well as our Junior ROTC addition, new Early Learning Center, Hilton Head Island High School, which is very impressive what's going on there. New Ladies Middle School replacement is also one of the things that is part of the 2023 referendum. And at this point, we have a program contingency left of 11.4 million, which was stated earlier. And we have a project contingency of right at 14 million. So still a lot of money that's left to be spent. And one of the things that we're going to have Mr. Otting come up and speak on are 2 specific efforts that he's undertaken One was triggered by Ms. Boatwright's request about how can we improve the HVAC performance, in particular in view of the challenges from last summer. Mr. Otting has put a lot of work into that. And then the second one is in a finance committee. We identified through the finance group some high water usage, and Mr. Otting has also jumped on that and done some research. So he has two really good presentations that he has put a lot of effort into. Part of the effort, the vision that Mr. Otting sort of shared was to look at how can the operations group be more forward-looking, not just responding to urgent calls and those types of things, but like pushing a preventative maintenance program. Preventative maintenance programs sort of level out your calls, so you don't have as many chaotic, urgent calls that come in. And what happens in situations I've seen, once you have a good PM program, you're going to have fewer calls and you shorten your closeout time. So that is something that's really important. The other thing that Mr. Otting and his team have been working on is looking at the closeouts. We still have 30 closeouts, but they have actually implemented changes that will help making closeouts a lot more efficient for finance. One of those is the scheduling, making sure that when we have projects, we know who does what by when, so that those can be closed out. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Robert Otting.
Robin, which one do you want to bring up, water or HVAC? All right, water first, if that's okay with everyone. It'll be the quickest. So yes, this came out of the Finance Committee, a request for us to look into our water usage. And as Robin's bringing it up, one of the things on the first chart that you'll notice is that there was a pretty big spike in August. And as we go through the report, you'll see that's partially to do with increased rates that have recently happened. And then also one of the things that happened in August, of course, compared to previous years, is we started school way earlier. So it's kind of not surprising. And that's the last full month that we had prior to this report. I'm expecting that trend to continue. So if you can go to the next one, Robin. The biggest thing to see is some of the rate increases from Beaufort, Jasper Water and Sewer. You'll see there that we have water and irrigation and sewer all broken down in different categories, with the highest being almost a 35% increase in that was in sewer usage, sewer fees. The next slide. Yep, that's one I just discussed. One more. And so we have two different utilities. The second is Hilton Head PSD. Their rate increases have not been quite as high, with their largest being almost a 10% increase recently just in water usage. And so that next slide that Robin brings up kind of puts all the increases in totality and compares both Beaufort, Jasper Water and Sewer increases that they've had along with Hilton Head PSD. And you can see that massive jump that kind of occurs in July of this year when all those effects went into place, along with some increased water usage. The next slide. Just looking at some different averages for looking at water, sewer, and irrigation use, which you see fluctuates throughout the year. Kind of the biggest thing is that our average costs on that last slide in the bottom right corner shows a trend upward, with that drastic jump occurring in July of this year. Next slide. When we're talking about monitoring our actual usage, in the past, the way it's functioned is from a letter from Beaufort, Jasper Water and Sewer, which may take a couple weeks to get to us by the time we receive the letter, and then investigate if there's a leak or some cause of a big fluctuation. And typically, Beaufort, Jasper Water and Sewer, when requested and you say you fix the problem, they are able at times to reimburse that. But all that being said, the better we can find the leak, the quicker, the better off we all are. So Robin, if you can, to that next slide. So as part of this process, we recently enrolled in what is called the Beacon program with Beaufort, Jasper Water and Sewer. And as Mr. Dallas will know, we had Brandy Majors and some of our team that talked about this, and she got really excited when talking about this item and how they've worked together with the maintenance department, because it allows us to set any of the alerts that we have the way we want to based on when we want to be alerted of what item, but it's all real-time data. So that allows us to address, get an alert of a leak issue if once it exceeds a threshold we put in, and allows us to get to it much quicker. So this is something we've recently enrolled in, and I'm very excited about the outcomes of how that may help us. And then the last slide just talks about some of our upcoming goals to do with looking into dormant meters, being meters that we aren't currently using, and making sure there is not any use from the future, and then working to shut some of those down. So that concludes my presentation on water usage. Are there any questions or comments?
Mr. Smith?
One thing I would just say, in learning from this presentation, is that when we start school earlier, obviously our expenses goes up. So that's just something to do. It seemed like we may be in the course of time of us finalizing our budget, then that may need to be something that we may need to take in consideration too, if this is going to be the timeline and this is going to be the time that we keep the school schedule on. So that may just be something for one of those FYI things. When you move to the time up in schools, then you have more power and more water that you're utilizing throughout the year. So these are things that you can kind of expect to happen. So I just one of the takeaways from the learning, as we would say normally in the board, one of the takeaways that I take away from this is that those are just one of the things that we would need to consider. And I definitely have to give thanks to Mrs. Major, because she definitely did a thorough job explaining that last program, and you could tell she was excited and she knew what she was talking about, and tell her keep up the good work. Appreciate you at the union department on that as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Will do. All right. If there are no further questions, I'll go on to HVAC. We had quite a robust conversation about HVAC systems, and this is a pretty detailed dive into it. I'm going to try to give the highlights. And so one of the first things, if you go to the introduction page, which is the next page, is one thing that grabbed everyone's attention was a study that was done in 2018 by someone from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, and in joint collaboration also with the University of California, Los Angeles, in regards to a study titled Hot Temperature and High Stakes Exams, Evidence from New York City's Public Schools. Basically, they were in New York City trying to transfer over to add air conditioning systems to schools, and they had some with and some without. And they saw it as an opportunity to collect the data from end-of-year exams to see what the difference was based on the temperature when those tests were taken and what the impact had on exams. And one of the eye-opening statistics there was that hot days reduced performance by up to 14% on those end-of-course high school exams. Go on to the next slide. So one of the big takeaways in 2022, we did a facilities condition assessment where we evaluated the state of the infrastructure across all of our schools. And what came out of that was a need for over $273 million in infrastructure investments to be made over the next 10 years. And of course, this became the foundation of our 8% list that we put together every year, and we still use that to this day. With HVAC systems being a focus of that, there were a total of 42 million identified as necessary replacing HVAC equipment, with an immediate need in 2022 of 28 million alone. Part of that has to do with just the age of our systems and R22 refrigerants being phased out, which you can go to the next slide, Robin. And the big deal about R22 refrigerant was that it's eliminated. It's supposed to be totally eliminated by 2030. And that's part of the Montreal Protocol. and the production of R22 was banned in 2010. And the production of the refrigerant itself, those are units were banned in 2010, and the production of refrigerant itself was banned in 2020. So BCSD at this time still operates 1,510 HVAC units that use R22 refrigerants. So the cost of that is becoming exorbitant. What we do is anytime we shut down a unit, we have to capture by law, actually, the R22 out of that. And that becomes our base of what we use for when we need R22. And then as part of the FCA, of those units, 49% of them were in good condition, 45% in fair condition, and 4.7% in poor condition. Just shows you the kind of the size of the challenges we have ahead. Next slide. But the good thing is we've actually made some investments there, and in 2022, since 2022, the BCSD board has committed $32.5 million in HVAC replacements. We have the breakdown there, and I won't go into that in detail. But of that, only 12.5 million of that has been spent. And part of that is the issue with our short summers our summers have gotten shorter. It makes it harder to do HVAC replacements, but also just our local labor pool. This summer, we're going to take our largest amount that we've done to date, which is 7 million. And the constraint that we have to consider every time before we award these projects is what can we actually get done with the labor pool that we have. And one of the things we were challenged by the operation committee to do, which we hadn't done previously, is go ahead and develop a schedule between now and 2030. What is it going to take for us to phase out our R22 units? And we plan on doing that as part of our 8% report in the spring. Next slide. Energy trends, just basically as our square footage has gone up, we've maintained pretty close to the same expenditures for energy, although recently we've seen an uptick, and at the same time, we've also seen an uptick in the cost of energy from Dominion. The actual cost has gone up. Next slide. One of the interesting things, as we mentioned, water and sewer usage had gone up to its highest last August. You see the same thing has happened in energy usage. Of course, this August, it was the highest it's been. Part of that has to do, of course, with the longer starting school earlier. Next slide. Energy trends, just showing what are across a 4-year look at our energy use. You see how it's cyclical and goes up and down based on the season. Same thing with our monthly costs. Next slide. So our key challenges. Our key challenges are, of course, transitioning from R22 to new refrigerants. Coming out of COVID-19 has been dealing with the increased notice of indoor air quality issues and how important that has become. And then the maintenance and workforce struggles. One of the things is our preventive maintenance program is consistently underperformed. And so that is something we need, and staffing shortages on our HVAC team has not helped that. And this has resulted in lower quality recruits and slower repair times, with the district often relying on outside contractors for complex repairs. So what are our workforce challenges? So we have to manage the turnover and the technical expertise amongst our HVAC team. And then post-COVID, the salary inflation has created recruitment challenges, which we need to work at and rise to those challenges. Just to note, in September of 2024, BCSD placed its HVAC contractor, ABM, under notice to cure due to underperformance. Outside contractors were brought in to supplement the team, and they were successful in repairing units that previously deemed unrepairable. This revealed gaps in our internal team's diagnostic capabilities. So our future goals. So we have to continue to work on our energy efficiency and sustainability. We have to continue to improve our smart HVAC systems, which we were one of the things we've done really well, which I'll get to in just a second, has been that we do have a computerized maintenance management system that we have used for our PM program and other programs, but we need to get better with that, and we need to upgrade what we have. Of course, regulatory compliance that we've talked about, not only is R22 phased out by 2030, but already there's talking about changes with R410A, which replaced R22. And as of January of this year, no unit can be manufactured in the United States with R410A. So it's moving on to a new refrigerant that we're going to have to learn about. And then as far as workforce development, to address its workforce challenges, we're going to need to restructure our HVAC maintenance department, and this will include, one of the things is merging HVAC technicians and PM crews so there's better oversight. And then we're going to implement a performance-based accountability measures for all of our contractors. This will focus on talent development and offering competitive salary and ongoing training to ensure staff can manage the increasing complexity of modern HVAC systems. Next slide. So performance evaluation, our strengths. We were an early adapter in building management systems, and all of our 32 schools are on a computerized building management system. Skilled personnel, we internally within the district have very highly skilled staff, one being our energy manager, Mr. J.D. Atkinson, who is very skilled in overseeing our HVAC and our computer management systems. Community support, this is one of our strengths. The district has secured public and board support for HVAC funding in the total of $32.5 million since 2022. And then through some of that funding, we have improved our indoor air quality by installing bipolar ionization systems and improving our indoor air quality throughout the district. Next slide. One of the things that came out of this research into what we could do for HVAC systems is we joined the U.S. Department of Energy's Efficient and Healthy Schools organization. And as part of that, on September 26th, we had our staff meeting along with the New Building Institute staff to discuss the Efficient Healthy Schools program and talked about where BCSD needed support. Even since that meeting, we've been part of webinars and a couple follow-up meetings, and they've given us some contacts that may be helpful in our moving forward. Next slide. Areas for improvement. So as part of this, and I know this would be something that Mr. Dallas would find interesting, and many of you might as well, and it kind of shocked me that just in this month, or actually last month, on the 12th, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal titled "America's New Millionaire Class, Plumbers and HVAC Entrepreneurs." And they talked about how private equity investors have purchased nearly 800 HVAC and plumbing companies since 2022. That tells you a lot is going on in the HVAC field. You got a turnover of what the company landscape is going to look like, what the equipment's looking like. So there's just a lot going on. So what do we need to do is improving the preventive maintenance program, number one, as Carlton alluded to. We need significant improvements to prevent system failures and reduce emergency repairs. Number two, workforce quality. Recruitment challenges due to rising wages have reduced the quality of recruits, particularly in the HVAC department. And so one of the ways we're going to address that is contract structure. The current maintenance contract with ABM has led to incomplete repairs and recurring system unit issues. A more robust performance-based contract structure is needed to improve long-term outcomes. So the last item, our action plan. Number one, going out with a HVAC contractor scope of work, which we're going to base very closely to what we do with a roofing contract, which we developed a few years ago and has been very successful. We're going to restructure our maintenance department with improving preventative maintenance, develop checklists to be used by our technicians, and introduce oversight mechanism to ensure tasks are completed correctly. Another item will be our preventive maintenance software. We're going to need to make a transition to a software system for tracking PM. We're due this year to upgrade, or we're going to have to make a change in our software program that we use for work orders. So that's going to be crucial that we focus on the program we get and implementing it so we can improve our PM program. And then the last thing is, as I've mentioned before, is reformat the maintenance contract that is due to come out in 2025. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have. And I tried to catch all the high points, but.
Ms. Boatright?
Okay, thank you. Super excited to hear about new software for the monitoring.
Yeah.
So here's my question. Because there were a lot of, I've never had as many parent concerns and teacher concerns. And I think that in addition to it creating an atmosphere that's challenging for academic success when it's 88 degrees in the classroom, I think it's going to hurt us on teacher retention. Because at some point, what I got from multiple teachers, and not just teachers I know in Hilton Head, but teachers that were put in touch with me from other parts of the county, was they feel that their needs are not being met, right, with the air conditioning out. And it's sort of, I know we had some temporary solutions. We brought in different units, and I know we're doing the best we can, but I do think we need to get on top of this. So what I need to understand is we just approved an amendment to replace, I believe, all of the HVAC units at Port Royal Elementary School, correct? It was for all the HVAC?
It's all that need to be replaced. There's a couple there's a couple we're replacing prior to that amendment. So, but basically, by the time that's all done, all the units will have been replaced.
Okay, so, and I was I have the FCA pulled up, but I don't see HVAC. I thought it was mechanical, but there's nothing in the $1 million range in mechanical, so it must be on a separate report.
Okay, I'll be glad to go over that
Is it
with
mechanical? The
Yes,
HVAC?
yes.
Because when I look up,
It was a broader category that encompassed HVAC and other items.
because when I look up Port Royal, it shows that there were $311,000 worth of mechanical and good, $399,000 in monitor, and $246,000 in replace. So that was under total cost. So maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, but we just put 2.2 million in the amendment. So what's the gap there?
I'll look into that and get back to you. I know one of the things is we are trying to get all of Port Royal taken care of. So.
Right, and this is where my question comes through in terms of being strategic. Now, granted, I know more people south of the Broad because that's where I live, and so the teachers and students that I talked to, I believe it was Hilton Head Island Elementary School, MC Riley. There were a couple others that had had more than the usual number of problems. Would you agree with that? Because I don't want to get the
No. I mean, some of the problems this summer, yes, were those schools. There were others. Those are.
So what I worry about is if we're being strategic in our replacement, is it smart to replace? So if we're going to spend $7 million, and the money gets all kind of wonky because you got these different pots, but we're talking about $7 million this summer, right? 2.2 of that is going to go to Port Royal Elementary. Okay, which is our smallest elementary school, and we don't have our newest numbers, but pretty substantially under-enrolled, right? Meanwhile, you've got MC Riley, which is growing out the seams, and they can't move kids to another classroom because they don't have any empty classrooms. It is a school of high growth. Why are we replacing all of them at Port Royal and not any of them at MC Riley?
The failures at MC Riley are not due to the need to replace the units.
What do they do to?
Well, that's a longer conversation, but I mean, a lot of that has to do, yes, I mean.
That's fine. But my question, I guess, is just, I know that our motif has been sort of that we're going to go into a school and we're going to do everything that school needs because it's efficient from an operational standpoint. But I have looked at other school districts. Not all school districts subscribe to that same methodology. Horry County, for example, they spent $100,000 on roofs and they find out which roofs need, and they just replace the roofs. They don't go in and replace the roofs and the HVAC on the floor. They don't do the whole school. And I'm just wondering if we're having a lot of problems at different schools, should we not whack-a-mole the HVAC units that are on our report? Because there are a lot more report on this report, if the mechanical is correct, under monitor that are not on our list to replace. and instead replace all of the units at one school, is that the best strategy for academic achievement, teacher retention, and just a general running of the school?
So I would say this, we almost never replace all the units at one school. The only reason we're able to do that at Port Royal is because of its size and because of its, the age of that equipment is all relatively the same time from when it was renovated in the past. So I can tell you, like IB, we've now probably replaced all the units at IB, but it took us about 4 years to do that. We had to systematically do a little bit each year. And that, when you look at the size of IB compared to Port Royal, that's why it takes that. You look at what we're doing at Well Branch Elementary that you placed tonight. We've been working on Well Branch Elementary for at least 3 years. So it is, I'd say this is a rarity due to the size. I mean, we could probably also do that at an early childhood center, replace all the units at one time. But most all other schools, you look at Beaufort High, we're in year 4 or 5 replacing at Beaufort High. So it does take us time. That's just due to the size that we're able to do that at Port Royal.
Okay, we have a lot of people in the queue here. So next up is Chloe. You need to unmute, Chloe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boatwright. I was listening to your commentary and in agreement and trying to figure out what I could say without repeating what you said. We talked about, I think, the HVAC being replaced at St. Helena. And I think there were 2 places at that school. I think one was the media center and one might have been the gym. Well, it turns out that there was an event at the school and one of those had not been replaced. And I'm quite sure that when we had a board meeting prior to this event, we were told that they would be. My question is, I know you do a punch list of what, when you do this, when you do that. When you find out that you're not going to be able to have a school's AC ready when a school has a major event and you have community and parents coming in, what do you let the principals know? Because it's really hot to sit up in a venue, for several hours and the AC is not working. So can you answer that for me? What happened?
In the example of the St. Helena School gym issue, I know, I believe Mr. Smith told me about that, or I heard about it last week. When the principal should be told at day one. I don't know why that did not occur there or why they were unaware, but I will look into that and find out.
And if you can you develop a system so the principals know? Because it's really difficult to have people in that building or any building that we take ownership of, and it's not ready to go for them to be in. Especially when you said that it would be. So thank you for checking that, and I'll check with the principal, and see if you get in touch with it. Thank you.
All right, next up is Victor Ney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Adi, out of all the years you've been in at the district, how many times had we had a new refrigerant come out that we have to be in compliance with?
Ooh, so R22, this is probably the first time that this is actually cycled through, because R22 went out prior to 2010. I came in 2011. So 410A going out this year is one of the first times that's occurred, and it's causing a major transition in the HVAC manufacturer world because everybody right now is having to retool their factories to address the new refrigerants coming out.
I mean, it seems like it's almost impossible to get to the right of this because that's two refrigerants in 12 years. So every 6 years, a new refrigerant comes out. Maybe ish. I don't know. I play drums for a living, but it just seems like it seems like we're always going to be playing catch up with replacing air conditioners with new refrigerant. So I mean, how and why? I mean, the regulatory body that demands these things. I mean, how do we even begin to affect that? Because it seems like we are always going to be out of compliance.
Well, the one thing that I can tell you is in 2010, obviously they made that ruling, and most air conditioning units, last 15 to 20 years, and they gave 20 years to make those changes. Unfortunately, as we've been behind, because of not passing referendums for some time, we have units that are over 25 years old that we still use, so which is beyond the recommended life for HVAC equipment. So they do give you that 20-year window when they've made these changes. They're doing the same thing with R410A. They're stopping manufacturing of equipment now, so 10 years from now, they'll stop the production of R410A as being used for maintenance. And then 10 years after that, they'll probably ban it entirely. I mean, that is the plan. So they give you a 20-year window.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, next, Colonel Guyer.
Broad River Elementary is in District 4. I spent a lot of time in that school. It's a legacy school. It was built in, I think, 1911, first part of it.
You're at Port Royal.
Port Royal.
Yeah, Port Royal was built about 1911, yes.
Yeah, 1911.
Broad River's in the 60s.
Yeah, Port Royal, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And it's very difficult to put air conditioning in a building that was not built for central air. So ductwork and all that stuff. So it has a series of small air conditioning systems that are individually routed into individual classrooms, into the gym, into other places. It is frankly a nightmare, but it's also on the National Historic Register and nothing's going to happen to it. Its growth is growing. There is a number of at least 5,000 new homes and apartments going up within that catchment area within the next 3 to 5 years. So I want to kind of put my protective arms around that a little bit. It's a different beast to deal with, and so it's not a good comparison with other units because of the uniqueness. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for all the comments. One of the reasons that the question and the energy that Mr. Otting has displayed was to get ahead of this. So let's go back to 1999, when we all nationwide had to face with how we're going to convert computers that were not basically set up to compute using any year after 2000. There was an absolute dearth of people who were skilled to do that. One of the conversations we've had is how do we helicopter up and get ahead of that? So we've had some discussions that are far beyond the normal pale of what an educational institution would do. So if it's HVACs, then do we get involved in putting people who want to go into that profession when they first go to college or they first go to CTE and get them to have a commitment to us so that he has sufficient human talent to get ahead of it? Remember, we talked about preventive maintenance. Break fix, as it's known, when you fix something after it's broken, that is just, it's heck planning on that. And you always are trying to swim upstream. And so the things that I wanted to make sure we highlight is there are a couple of concepts we might want to use, and Mr. Otting has referenced some of these. He hasn't really mentioned them tonight. Project weighting. So do we weight which issues get fixed based on the number of students, based on the inflow of parents or students that are coming into that school, as Colonel Guy mentioned. So what we want to do is be more methodical, project into the future and say, where's the demand for the equipment and the talent to install that demand? And then I think what you're going to see is an exponentially better outcome in terms of customer satisfaction. The other thing is we have to improve the communication. Mr. Otting and I have discussed that, and he's discussed some solutions, particularly closing out. So that's something that we really have to do, and we have to track those. But the real intent of having him come up here, I didn't mean to throw you in front of the lion, so to speak, but the real intent of having him come up here was to actually be able to give this comfort, hopefully, and accept all of your questions, which are legitimate, heartfelt, but there's already a lot of effort being put into providing solutions. We're going to have to come back at some point in time and tell you what we currently have in the financial budgets is not sufficient to meet the transition of R22, what's this, 2024 in 6 years. And so we're going to have to wrestle with that. So to Ms. Boatwright's point, what we're saying is we got to helicopter up and look at it strategically. And so I do want to thank you for that, Mr. Otting. And so we're still working, and it will continue.
Mr. Smith?
In terms of the presentation, I appreciate the presentation. Just to say, one of the takeaways is to, I won't hash out when people, anyone else said, but what House said in his presentation has taught us, and we expressed that, and we spoke about it to some degree at the meeting, was that AC is very important for people. Breathing is very important. So come hell or high water, we have to make sure that we are guaranteeing and we're showing our staff and students and the people at every turn of Beaufort that are under the umbrella of Beaufort County School District, that we hear them, and we're making sure, and we're doing everything within our will and our power to make sure that we are going to get these situations resolved. We're going to get them fixed as soon as possible, and we hear everyone, and this is going to be a process. But we don't want no one to feel that they're being ignored. But please do work with us as we work through these situations. But we have realized, and even in the PowerPoint presentation, it tells you that student learns, that with one study that showed that students learn better when they have the necessary air quality control correct. Thank you.
Do you have any more for your report?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your report, Mr. Dallas. Go ahead, Earl. So use your microphone, please. Thank you.
The operation committee. And I hope that next year, on the grounds contract, y'all take a hard look at it and see and let the contractor know exactly what he's supposed to do, because they're not doing a good job now at all. They come around the schools and cut around the edge and leave all the rest of the grass up. So I think that's something that the board need to do. Thank you.
Can I?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Campbell. We are in total agreement on that. Closing out, having visual confirmations that it meets the aesthetic standard that we all expect of our buildings and places where our kids learn. And there has to be that type of communication. And one of the things you already are seeing is the imposition of schedules so that we can manage the closeout. And lastly, if you want organization to perform, you have to hold people accountable. And so that starts with the contractors, and there have been things that have been put into those instruments so that we can hold them accountable. And we don't mind saying that before God and everybody, that that's what we're looking at. And so what we're saying in the conversation we've had is you come to us and say, This is not, you did that. I said, I'll go out there with you and we'll do a visual scan ourselves. That cannot continue. But thank you for bringing it up.
All right, we're ready for a technology report from the chair, Ingrid Boatright.
Thank you. This is going to be a slightly lengthier report because this is only our second technology committee that we've had, meeting we've had this year. And part of that, it's difficult to round up the staff because technology is not really, it's many things to many people in many places. So it can be hard to get everybody together. And what I wanted to say, I'm going to start from the bottom of the report and work my way up. Technology, I think, is something that is really important to me personally, but also as someone who just got reelected and the only member who ran for reelection, might I add. Having the benefit of having been involved in the school district 4 years and looking out ahead at 4 years, I think technology is going to be one of the most impactful areas for K through 12 schools. And that is not, technology is not computers and cybersecurity and passwords. It is really fundamentally changing rapidly the job market. And as Mr. Dallas pointed out, which thought was just a fabulous idea, we need to be training our own HVAC contractors. They're making great money. They don't need to go to a 4-year college. They can get certified. There's just a lot of changes on the horizon. So with that, I wanted to start with an article that I shared with the committee about the digital use divide, which is a little bit different than we talk about the digital divide in terms of how many people have access to high-speed internet. There's also now a growing awareness in K through 12 education on the digital use divide. And it's looking at, there's a big distinction between some schools where they are not implementing technology as thoroughly as others, and the kids in these schools are falling behind in terms of how they use technology, which is putting them at a substantial disadvantage because there's not a job in the world, including an HVAC repairman, that is not going to require tremendous use of technology. So I think what our committee met, and we had a couple of really interesting discussions. First off, we talked about the AI piece, which everyone's talking about, and the school district does. It's in our agenda. I'm sure it's in our documents. The district's position on AI, which is they are starting to let staff use it. It has some tremendous applications in curriculum and lesson planning. We are still blocking it for students, which is a discussion that probably needs to happen at a higher level. At what point do we start training kids on how to responsibly use this technology? Because it's being used in the workplace every single day. So that is kind of where we are currently at the district. I think it's a starting point. I think there's a lot of discussions to be had going forward. The other thing that we had a lot of conversation about was the computers that the kids have. This is something that as a school board member, as a parent, you hear complaints about all the time because of all the repairs. And so we finally were able to get some data out of the system about how many people actually, and pull it up here, are reporting device breakage. Because we are paying, just for people's general understanding, it's slightly over $600 per device because we pay for the heavy duty education version, which is supposed to hold up better. There is no published acceptable breakage rate for computers, but I have heard some school districts and some organizations, including Microsoft, peg that around 12 to 15%. The data that was pulled was raw and it wasn't really validated, but if you took the gross number of incidents and divided by the number of students, it was 43%. And that is way too high. I'm going to assume that if you broke a computer, they may have broken into a computer, a broken screen, a broken keyboard. We know that some students have multiple breaks. We're able to see that middle schools in particular have a higher breakage rate. But I think we have currently, all the numbers up here, quite a few students on promissory notes, 207 students that owe the district as a result of these devices. So the question I have, and I think the discussion we have in general about this is, what I'd like to see is the district is at least considering, are these the appropriate devices? And one of the things that is clear from the data is that high number of screen breakages, and I know from my own son having cracked his screen, it's $400 to replace. That is a lot on our average family. And so when I brought up the fact that I don't know why we have the computer that turns into a tablet, it hinges so you can fully turn it around. no one's using that function, and it's clearly going to, I just want to know that someone's looking at it and saying, as a two-in-one device for $600 and some when this computer was $350 and has a bigger screen and a better battery life. Like, we need to be thinking about that, because we've had people come to public comments with the impact of these promissory notes, and it is causing a lot of stress out in the community. So we did get that data and brought that forward. It's not operational for us to decide like we should or shouldn't be doing it, and there may be use cases, but I just want to know that there's some sort of procurement, because we are spending millions of dollars per year on device refreshes. So we had that conversation, and then what I wanted to bring to the board and potentially discuss maybe for a work session is one thing I've noticed as a parent and a board member and someone that's out in the community is we don't really have a great mechanism to get what we would call user feedback on our devices. We get user feedback on our devices when they show up upset, on the software that's being used, how it's being used. And again, this goes to that digital use divide. Are we really implementing it? And I gave the example, we bought the new Raptor attendance tracking software. And I think we probably ended up paying around $100,000 for it. And we had to buy some new computers. I can tell you it's not being implemented at the majority of schools. A lot of schools are still handwriting the attendance information on sheets, which is being gathered and kept in a file probably for some length of time. But if Dr. Rodriguez wanted to look at tardy rates at a school, it's not being accurately captured. And it's a frustration. So it's just an example of we're not getting user feedback from the women working at the front attendance desk, the students who are signing in and out, the parents and community members on how we're buying this technology and we're making decisions based on what's best for the district, but are we really taking into account parents' needs? And it is personally something that I find really frustrating. So I'm hoping to kind of maybe bring that forward to the board at a work session or something to say, is there a mechanism, advisory committee, a feedback? Can we leverage the SIC some ways where we're getting some feedback to the districts that, hey, we hate this software, it's not working, or we love it, but my kid's not getting access to it. So it was a great discussion and a lot of really interesting topics that I hope we'll have more coming forward in the future. And Mark Shohan's not here, so that's all you get if anyone has any questions.
Mr. Smith?
Well, I'll just pick right where you left off at. Actually, and that is why I spoke to the menu tonight about our appetite. And so I have gotten some input about some programs that we have that some of them may do the same functions that others have, and that there's been some concern that that hey, this program here does some of the same functions that another program that we've had. So that is why I said what I said tonight about the menu and you looking at what we have compared to what we're going out there and getting. When I said that was what that was speaking to, exactly what you just spoke to. So I just want to put that out. That's the first thing. And the second thing, in terms of when we did have that meeting and we did talk to Mr. Shohan, I think I forgot exactly. He did give some reasons upon why he wanted to use the programs that we were. I mean, the computers that we use, and in terms of the ruggedness, I don't remember exactly what the analogies he was using. I wish he was here tonight so that we could possibly get that information from him. But unfortunately, he's not. So I will say I do remember him saying that there was a reason, and he did say that he would look further into it as days and months and years come moving forward in terms of technology equipment that we have. He did say that he would look forward to see how he could better help us out in terms of costing and funding it, because I know for sure, I hope I don't get in trouble, called to the principal's office, but and that's when I remember, if some of you were there, remember I told them that I remember being at a particular ceremony, and I remember there was some principals who do I know for sure, who do emphasize that if you don't pay this technology fee, we do take it serious, that there will be consequences. Because I myself in another board member, we were at a program where that did take place. So some of it, I think it comes from managing it and not just looking at it at that one day of the year when it's the end of the year and you have all these fees these technology fees that sometimes administration have not looked at. Like I said, I know that apparently these fees has been talked about throughout the year, and it may be a lot. And how we, I think the question is when we do have this conversation is how do we appropriately help these families that have these fees, pay for these fees and some of these donations? You know, how can we maybe channel some of those donations into some of these fees as well across the district, because there are other areas where we do get some funding from, and that funding should be helping us balance out some of these fees right here. Now, who, where, when, why, and how that takes place, I ain't exactly sure. So I just want to bring that up, and I think.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to bring it up. I think I did bring up at the time that we also have to look at. Not long ago, we did a couple grants, and we said that all students needed a free and reduced lunch, and we got those grants to pay for those programs. Or we said that as a district, then we can't contradict ourselves in terms of how we hold our kids and the parents accountable for paying for these screens, and it is a large amount. So I say that to say I do understand what you're saying, but I just want to furthermore hear from Mr. Shohan and see what the logic is behind using the computers that he's using and the systems that he's using, to see how we can look deeper into that. I think that's something for in the upcoming for technology to do as well, to see how we can make that conversation happen and see what that when he wants to analyze that data or that information, just to see what he comes back with. So I just want to kind of put some of that out there, and also just do so that I did speak to some of that earlier tonight when I spoke about the menu. Thank you.
Ms. Boatright, is your report completed?
Yes, but can I make one more point really quick? I know we're busy, but what I wanted to say is what I'm trying to drive home here, and I sort of feel like I'm on my own little personal quest, but I don't think technology is a side hustle anymore. It is driving the bus. And I give the example because Mr. Dallas is always saying we need to compete globally, right? So I was in China for 2 weeks. They don't use cash. Everything from the street vendors is on an app. Everything is electronic. My passport was my ticket to everything from the bus to the zoo. I mean, it's the level of technology they're using. And so when we talk about Jasper, and this is very specific to this area, we talk about the Jasper port. China now has a port that does not require human workers, except from a command and control center where they're using the computers, but there is not a single human being on the dock. So we talk about expanding our port and all the jobs that's going to bring. What kind of jobs are we bringing, right? We need to be bringing technology, data center jobs. And that port has reduced container ship unloading, or they can unload a container from 8 hours to 45 minutes. So I really think this comes down to the fundamental mission of education. It's not getting kids to use technology to make it more efficient. It is getting kids to use technology because if they don't know how to use it, they will not be very employable in the future. So that's my final word.
All right, thank you for your report.
I'll just say real quick, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Rather than we've had some people in the past had said that they thought that, I remember there were groups that were saying that we use too much technology in the schools, and to hear you say that, I just hope that they're listening to what you just said, because there's been a push that we use technology too much in this district. FYI.
All right, we're on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Guad. This evening on the superintendent's report, we have two presentations for you. One regarding mathematics, which Dr. Stratos is coming up and she's going to introduce it, and will be led by Dr. Dixon. And then the second one is regarding underperforming school designation board quarterly hearing, which is something that we share with you every year and around this time of year, as is required by the State Department of Education. So this is just some information about the three schools that we're prepared to share with you today. Dr. Stratos.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And Madam Chair and board members, this first presentation will have a little bit of teacher development and student learning. I share with you a newly implemented initiative that is being led by Dr. Mona Lisa Dixon. As many of you are aware, Dr. Dixon has joined the Instructional Services Division. She is charged with the supervision and implementation of K-12 math and science. Recently, she has engaged at the development of human capital due to professional development focus at building teachers' content knowledge, capacity, and one way this is being accomplished is through Dr. Dixon's integration of Ongoing Assessment Project, also known as OGAP. OGAP is a mathematical program which combines teacher formative assessment practices with knowledge of student development progression to build deeper student understanding of mathematics content. But not to step too far into Dr. Dixon's presentation, I bring forward to you Dr. Mona Lisa Dixon, Board.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
And board members, I have prepared 2 documents for you tonight. An executive summary and the PowerPoint presentation, Minding the Mathematical Gap with Ongoing Assessment Project, OGAP. So the presentation will expand upon the executive summary that we have. Ms. Cushingberry, may you go to the next slide, please? Our analysis of the math data from SE Ready and iReady has revealed a significant challenge. There is a common thread within the strand data, number sense, base 10, fractions, algebraic thinking, geometry, and measurement. Fractions in particular have emerged as a key area for improvement. As the school district, we play a crucial role in addressing this challenge. It is important to note that math has the largest gap when we look at our 75% proficiency in 5 years. The Instructional Service Department is committed to providing comprehensive support to all teachers, empowering them to assist students in developing their mathematical reasoning skills. Next slide, Ms. Cushingberry. What is OGAP? The Ongoing Assessment Project, OGAP, is a systematic, intentional formative assessment system in mathematics based upon mathematics education research. It's not a program, it's a system. Based on the mathematical education research on how students learn specific concepts, common errors students make, or preconceptions or misconceptions that interfere with students learning new concepts and solving related problems. OGAP presently has formative assessment systems for additive reasoning, multiplicative reasoning, fractions, and proportionality. These mathematical topics represent about 80% of the mathematics in the Common Core standards of mathematics in their respective grade spans. At the foundation of OGAP is teacher knowledge that includes mathematical content, mathematics, education research on how students learn concepts, underpinning the framework, learning progression for OGAP math topic, and formative assessment practice for mathematics. Therefore, involvement in OGAP involves an investment in extensive professional development and ongoing support. The system involves using OGAP knowledge and the OGAP learning progressions to implement a continuous and intentional system of instruction, probing with instructionally embedded questions and analysis of evidence and student work to make timely instructional modifications. So finally, OGAP can help teachers draw on this research to make sense of and respond to student thinking. Next slide, Ms. Cushingberry. The elementary cohort. These are the elementary schools. For the elementary cohort, we required each school to send their instructional coach, a 4th or 5th grade teacher, and an exceptional learners teacher, special education for those of you. Next slide, Ms. Cushingberry.
Finally, I would like to end with the authentic voices from the training. Teachers and numeracy coaches responded back, as you can see here on the presentation. But one from Port Royal, Catherine Henline, said, the first 2 days of OGAP training was packed full of powerful material, uncovering layer after layer of informed instructional decision-making, protocols, and answering the hows and the whys of fractional learning. I was tremendously impressed by the framework shared with us by working through the content ourselves and strategizing together as a group. I am anxiously awaiting the next round of training and will be implementing absorbed content with teachers immediately in the professional learning sessions in order to grow teacher capacity and our student learning. Next slide, Ms. Cushenberry. As you can see, you skipped the slide on me, but that's okay. If they got that, yep, the authentic voices. Next slide. Next slide, Ms. Cushenberry. There we go. Jamie Wilson, numeracy coach from Hilton Head Hilton Head Elementary School of the Creative Arts. She says, the OGAP training using fractions was an eye-opening experience for me as a coach. I learned so much in the first 2 days, and it has even deepened my understanding of fractions. I can't wait to share parts of what I've learned with teachers at Hilton Head School of the Creative Arts. Next slide, Ms. Cushenberry. So our next steps for our system is to train our middle school coaches, teachers, and exceptional learner teachers. Also, we will train teachers who work with our extended learning sites, as well as other schools in our system. Next slide, Ms. Cushenberry. So thank you for your time and attention for minding our mathematical gaps with ongoing assessment project learning, OGAP. Any questions or concerns?
Colonel Geyer, thank you.
That's not a problem, but the challenge of mathematical instruction is progressive and sequential. You gotta learn how to add and learn how to subtract, multiply, then divide, and so on. And part of the COVID issue has been that we lost a couple of years of the progression. Now that we're beyond that, but we're still going to have students that learn at different rates. And my question is it going to be a time when we're going to have to hold students back in a grade, for example, because they are not wired yet to make that jump from whole numbers to fractions, so to speak? Do you see that happening? Is that a requirement, or can you make do and fix those gaps over like summer school?
Well, the gaps you would have to do not only just summer school, but then you would also look at the teachers that for that next grade that have to mind that gap as well. Because as you know, mathematics is foundational, it builds. So if you are having trouble with, for instance, with the fractions, they have to understand that fractions is not two different numbers. It's one number, and there's a number on that number line system. So I do not see where we have to hold a child back. What we have to do is we have to address the evidence, is like what OGAP is really having us to do, the teachers to do, is to really analyze that student work. So we have a progression that I can share with you a little bit here, that of what our teachers and the coaches went through and learned about that. So you go from non-fractional to early fractional strategies to transitional to the fractional strategies. So really, we're trying to teach our teachers how to know exactly where that child is on that learning continuum, and then be very intentional and strategic with the types of strategies that they would have to learn to move that child through the progression.
Could you tell me how they're tested? Is it a word problem, or is it just a simple set of figures that you have to come up with an answer and then you have to pick the right answer. My reason I ask that is it how are we dealing with the testing piece versus application in the classroom?
Well, it's all above, Colonel. It's all above. They have to know the facts. They have to know how to multiply. But if they don't, then we have to give them strategies. One of the things that in really taking up this new position is really looking at the data and then really diving deeper in that data within the strand data. That's why we picked fractions first, because our district, we had a challenging area there, K through, or I would say 3 through 8 with the fractions. But it's really, as math has its own language. And one of the things through this OGAP training is that it was funny that we said 5 oranges. Well, 5 was the adjective, oranges was the noun. So it's really important to answer your question. On SC Ready, they just don't get what's 5 times 5. They have a word problem that they have to cipher through. They have to think through it. That's why within our elementary, we have iReady, which does the 3 reads. And really, we hide the numbers from it because we don't want the children number picking or plucking. And we really want them to understand, what is that question about? What is that question asking you to do before you even know about the numbers? So one of the things that I've been working with my team, and we have a team, and we're called the Extreme Team. Yes, Colonel, we are. And that we work with teachers, we work with coaches on the math vocabulary. It is a language. And a lot of kids say, I can't do math. Yes, you can. They can do math. We need to build their confidence and also get them to understand the vocabulary behind math.
I would just add another point, which we haven't really talked a lot about, but in elementary preparation coursework that teachers take in colleges and universities, a lot of times many of them, it's one methods course in teaching mathematics. There is a content gap that exists a lot of times even with instructors, right? And so because of that limited, you take a lot more reading courses and methods courses than you do necessarily in mathematics. Okay, and that and you get into field, and that poses a bit of a challenge. If you look at the authentic voices that are in here, right? One of the things that dawned on me is that, to use fractions, 1/2 to 3/4 of the comments, right, are comments that, if you really look at what they're saying, they are actually speaking to that content gap that even some of them might have. So part of this OGAP piece is developing a greater and deeper understanding, so it's easier to deliver effective instruction around those standards in mathematics.
And also to add, Colonel, the state does not retain kids for math, but that's only in reading that we have with the 3rd grade reading.
Language, folks, makes it even more difficult, because they don't know different adverb and a preposition, or that's another big issue. And that's one of the problems I see with our scores with our English as a second language. And if they don't know the English, they're going to have a hard time.
That's why it's very important, not just when you're in ELA, science, social studies, but also in math, that the children do understand the vocabulary. I can't speak. I majored in math, so I love math. So math vocabulary is important. I cringe every time I go into a math class, and if I hear that keep, change, what is it, Dr. Levan? Keep, change, flip. that we just like go, oh, no, it's called multiply by the reciprocal, and they need to know the math vocabulary. I can't stress that enough. That is within the word problems that they see within their day in, day out within the problems. And like Ms. Boatwright was saying about the technology, one of the things that I, as a math person, say, I see too much of it. Do it, kids, this is not math. Math is with that paper and pencil, with your thinking that you can see what their thinking is going on. If they click them buttons, I can't see what's going on up here. But if they click the buttons, but we also make them write it down, then we can see their thinking. And one of the things with OGAP is really looking at that evidence, which is the student work, to make those instructional decisions so that we can make them quicker than rather than later, and then having those gaps widen.
Carlton Dallas.
Excuse me. Dr. Dixon, as far back as I have known you, and when you were at Whale Branch, you have led some real challenging assignments.
Yes.
Successfully.
Thank you.
And I remember those days vividly because you produced just tremendous talent in regards to what the starting position was. The question that I have is, and I share this occasionally, I have seen desperately poor kids who were just phenomenal in math in a different culture because they were never told they could not do it. And what I see too often now is kids say, well, I can't do it because, as Colonel said, and you've alluded to and others, math, I say accretive, foundational, it's progressive. So how much is it culture that we as board members can help carry out a message that this is what the school district's doing, but how do we help the community know they have a part to play as well?
As you've stated, I have led some difficult challenges, but as my husband always tell me, you are built for those challenges. So I'm built for this challenge. And one of the things that I've always told kids is the power of the word, a three-letter word, yet. So instead of saying, they say, I can't do this, I said, yet, not yet, you can't. So that would be my mantra to send out to, for you as board members. You can't do it yet. That's the power of that three-letter word, yet. You can't do it yet. And I always tell parents that used to come in and they used to say, well, I wasn't good at math, so my child, no. We're not going to go down that road just because you didn't understand it or you didn't have a teacher or something like that. They can do it. So it's like you said, it's having high expectations. That was one of the things that, as always, as a leader, you have high expectations, but you also have that support. And so that is what I've been given, the challenge. But I have the high expectations for my colleagues, my principals, my instructional coaches, and like I said, our extreme team, building the capacity of not only the coaches, but also the teachers. So we work hand in hand with our principals. We are thought partners. We are trying to align those best instructional practices that are going to be efficient and effective for our students.
Ms. Boatwright.
You brought technology into it.
Yeah, well, I knew you were coming. Come on.
No, I think this is such an excellent, I was going to say something like a content gap, but I think this is such an excellent illustration of what I'm talking about with the digital use. Calculators that's bad digital use because you're not teaching the kid, you're just putting in technology, you're putting a computer in. However, there are probably multitudes of very talented elementary school educators who have tremendous soft skills, critical thinking, patience, they're warm, they're inspiring. They're the kind of teachers that 30 years from now, someone's like, I owe it all to Dr. Dixon. The doctor now? It's Dr. now, right?
Yes, it is.
Dr. Dixon.
Thank you, Ms. Boatwright.
All right. So, but they may not be great at math. I'm not great at math. It's not my language, and it's something that I have struggled with. So I may have an anxiety about math that is hard for me to personally overcome, and that should not negate my soft skills. I'm also not good at being an elementary school teacher, but in this fictional version of me, So that's where technology can come into the content gap, because you can have really brilliant, what's the word, not artificial education, but virtual teachers that come into the classroom that you combine with these phenomenal people that are hands-on and loving and caring and inspiring. But that, as part of that, if you can't get them over that hump and over that gap, there are ways to bring in some technology to supplement. Yes,
mhm.
the hard skills and combine the soft skills, because I really do think it's that merging of the human element with what computers are excellent at. And you can have, Richard Feynman come in and teach elementary school math in in an AI version, but then couple that with these wonderful teachers. I don't think that's necessarily a bad version of how technology can be in the classroom.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that with math, I really like some of our softwares. We really have to have a balance for it. I think anything is good. I think how we utilize it, because even with our technology, on my team, I have a technology person, which is SD Williams, who tells me how many clicks someone has done within IXL or Delta Math or this part of it. I don't want it to become the teacher. It can help, like you said, supplement, but it should not be the sole source of direct instruction or differentiating the instruction, especially with math. Because a lot of the kids did what they did through COVID. They did IXL or they did this software. And if they can't explain it to you, then when it comes time for your SE ready, they can't utilize it. They won't be able to do it. So we need to find a balance. I'm not saying no to technology, but we need to find a balance between technology and our instruction so that we can see what our kids are thinking. Because it's not like a bubble is there telling me, ooh, wrong, that's not right. You didn't divide right or you didn't multiply right. But for them, I need to see their thinking. I need to see that on paper and pencil.
I just think that, and I agree.
Yes.
But I think there's a difference between IXL and
yes, it is
virtual tutors who are personalized to that unique learning style of that student.
I agree totally with you, Ms. Boatwright.
And I just don't want to see great teachers give up on teaching education and teaching elementary school. No, I know they won't. I'm just saying, I think that we need to embrace the soft skills a lot too.
Thank you very much.
Anytime, Dr. Quatch, you have a good one.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Appreciate you, ma'am. Nice step. Hi, Dr. Watts.
Hi.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Once again, board members, this evening I am updating the board on the commitment of our school board and the state of South Carolina to student success and share with you the recent school state report card requirements of action under the state's School Accountability Code. Per SC Code 59-18-1625, the South Carolina Department of Education is required to notify the district superintendent, local school board, and local delegation of any school status as underperforming, defined as a school receiving an overall report card rating of below average or unsatisfactory. At the October 15th school board meeting, I shared our school ratings. At this time, I informed the board of two items. The first, 3 of our schools rated below average: Port Royal Elementary, Ladies Island Middle, and Battery Creek High School. The second item that I shared was that we had no schools reported as unsatisfactory. Under state code, a school receiving a rating of below average, the district and the school must present notice to the school board and present an improvement plan. And as such, this is being accomplished today. And on December, the second part of the immediate action of sharing these plans will be brought to the board meeting. I want to share that the 3 schools present tonight have been actively addressing their community and school responsibilities as defined by the state code. On October 21st, Port Royal shared their below-average report card rating to their community and stakeholders with a follow-up school instructional council meeting turnaround plan presentation that they will be doing on November 18th. Ladies Island Middle School is scheduled for November 19th with their transformation plan stakeholder meeting scheduled for December 10th. And Battery Creek High School met with their stakeholders on November 4th with a transformation plan follow-up meeting scheduled for December 2nd. To add, at the end of October, Battery Creek High School also conducted a school-wide data analysis meeting that focused upon student involvement to build upon student agency and efficacy, which some of you were just talking about that with Dr. Dixon. I am joined this evening with Vicki Gowd, principal of Port Royal Elementary School, Dr. Siobhan Brown, principal of Ladies Island Middle School, and Denise Lassard, principal of Battery Creek High School, and Nick Flowers, our director of accountability, is joining us electronically. I bring forward Principal Gowd and want to share that the principals presenting to you tonight have made a commitment that this is one and done. We received the rating, we'll do this for a year, and we are done. We also have this evening our two executive directors, Dr. Chad Cox and Dr. Celeste Laban are here as well. Principals, if you can come on down and we'll start with our presentation. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. The slide you're looking at right now, I want you to put a line right down in the middle from where you see the green boxes and the blue boxes. We're going to be focused at the blue boxes. Those are annual classifications, and they are state versus the green are the federal classifications. You've seen this before. I just wanted to refresh memory. Next slide, please. Again, if you look at the right side, the state requires schools that have been identified as below average or unsatisfactory to go through this process. I want to take a moment and also share that the schools here tonight have been identified with a Tier 2 support. So for below average, there are two tiers, 1 and 2. These three schools are at the very top of Tier 2, meaning they just fell down into the bucket. Next slide, please. This here shares with you what I already gave to you information on the designation of underperforming schools. It is a school that has been identified as either below average or unsatisfactory. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. So here you have information regarding requirements of the underperforming schools designation. Each school is responsible for notifying parents. We have done that with the exception of Ladies Island Middle. We'll be conducting that shortly. School turnaround plans must include input from the community and approved by the local school board. We'll be bringing those forward to you in December. They are due to the state at the end of January. District strategic plan, I want to share that no goals will be changed. We will just add additional activities, and I'll update that to you on December 10th as well. And as I shared with you, the due date for that is January 30th. Next slide. This shows a suggestion of quarterly reviews, as Dr. Rodriguez had shared with you in the opening of this part of tonight's meeting. We have done this in the past. It'll be executed on a quarterly manner, so we can give you updates either from diagnostic data or information from EOC data from our high school. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. So this is sharing with you the targeted school support that the district will be providing. Implementation of ongoing support and progress monitoring. This is what has already actually happened for a host of schools as we were monitoring our report card ratings coming in. The next item is implementation of Beaufort County School District's instructional framework, also building that capacity of our administrators and educators that has been rolled out this academic school year. As a matter of fact, in this room, there'll be some training for our assistant principals. Review of assessment and instructional data to monitor implementation of instructional initiatives that drive the district support teams. In other words, as we give support, what is the impact? What is the feedback we get from the support, as well as what else is it that you need at the school site? Targeted support of professional learning communities. You're familiar with this language. We've shared with you Dufour's research and development of our PLC practices, and wraparound support for students with disabilities and multilingual. This is what our coaches going in and building that instructional human capital, as Dr. Dixon has shared with you, building the capacity of our educators. We're putting more support into the schools through our special education as well as our multilingual teams. And what I think is important to take note here is one thing that we are building the capacity is the language of efficacy. And I want to give you a definition for us to work with as a system. Academic self-efficacy is the degree to which students believe they are capable of learning or accomplishing an academic task within a specific area of education. Efficacy. Having belief in yourself. That is one of the things that one of our schools has already done by having data analysis with their students, building that capacity. It's not just the adults within that school that is an organization, it's the young people as well. With that, I'd like to bring forward our principal, Vicki Gowd, who will walk us through the interventions and practices for Port Royal Elementary.
Chair, board members, Dr. Rodriguez, thank you for the opportunity to talk about Port Royal Elementary School today. I'm here to talk about our recent report card rating and our commitment to do the work that we realize is required to achieve growth this school year. So we have already began strategies and activities to help move our students, and I'm going to share with you just a few tonight. We are focused on our professional learning communities. That's going to build our teacher capacity to understand what our state standards are asking students to know and be able to do, and also align assessments, appropriate assessments, so that we can continually monitor that mastery of those standards. We're using professional development to focus on strategies to help students engage with the lessons that they are experiencing in their classrooms. We're using those ongoing assessments to identify opportunities like Dr. Dixon was talking about. We're using those assessments, looking at that student work, so we know where we can front load skills, but also reteach skills when we need to in small group instruction. We're committed to helping students set goals and monitor their own progress so that they can see a path and a sense of ownership in their own learning. We think that's incredibly important. And then we're going to continue to use data gathered through observations so that we can provide feedback for our teachers and coaching support so that they can implement those research-based practices that we know are effective and can continue to build growth in our students. We are committed to this work. One and done is where I am standing on that, and I believe with your support and the support of all of our stakeholders, we are going to make the growth that we have set a target to meet this school year.
States that our public comments, the second part is at 9 o'clock, and it's 9 o'clock. We have Mr. Miller present. So I'm going to ask you, would you like to speak now or let them finish?
Then finish, and I will modify my comments just to a minute.
Okay, thank you for your understanding.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you for being with us tonight. And Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Stratos, thank you for the opportunity to share about the great things that are going to continue to happen at Ladies Island Middle School.
Take this anyway. Bit easier.
Thank you. Ladies Island Middle School this year on our report card scored a below average, which is 2 points. We scored 34 points and we were 2 points below the average marker of a score of 36. We had been average the previous year before. Small dip in student progress, great gains in academic achievement. However, a very large decrease in the amount of ML students who scored proficiency in their SE Ready assessments. So our school is focused on, and we began this work once we got preliminary data this past summer. We have implemented for all students that did not meet their growth target for SE Ready, a Tier 2 instructional intervention block. So all students receive their core instructions daily in math, English, science, and social studies. And there is an additional class period for all students that did not meet their targeted growth points for SC Ready. There are also opportunities for our targeted students. We have identified many students who have been invited to attend our after-school program. We cannot get every student to attend the program. However, we have done our due diligence to really select and solicit those ones and input from their parents to be able to attend. And that is graciously provided by our school district partners with transportation and tutoring funds for staff for after school. We too are focusing on professional learning communities, work directly building the capacity of teachers. You've heard spoken about tonight, clarity of the standards. What exactly are the standards requiring of students? Do teachers know what those standards mean, and do they know how to chunk and break down the information so that it can be conveyed to students in a manner that is clear and understandable to them? Differentiation of instruction. Like I said, we serve all kinds of students at Ladies Island Middle School, and they all have different learning needs and different developmental levels where they are. So our teachers have to be prepared to provide information and content to them on the level that works and speaks best to them. And then the last point that you can see reflected on our slide is to also increase teacher capacity with the number of teachers that are trained and certified or have an endorsement in gifted and talented, as well as those that are trained in SIOP, which is the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol that works specifically with strategies for our ML students. So like I said, we had a small dip in the student progress, and that is accounted by all students, no matter what they scored on SC Ready. Did they meet their own personal growth target? And that goes for some of our advanced students as well who did not continue to meet their advanced target. So we are providing training or getting endorsements for those staff to continue pushing and reaching the advanced students, as well as all of our staff members to get trained in strategies for working with our ML students. I hope that you all will join me in the path as we continue to push forward at Ladies Island Middle School. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you for the opportunity to share Battery Creek's vision for ongoing school improvement. Involving all stakeholders, we have 5 components of our ongoing improvement plan. Our first one is a laser focus on supporting high school student success, ensuring that students earn the maximum credits every year to proceed toward graduation. Also, we're focusing on scaffolding instruction to ensure that students can master the standards to the level which they are expected. We're also implementing increased progress monitoring, very intensive, so that we can provide timely interventions, but also enrichment, so we're meeting all of our students' needs. We also looked at our Cambridge International and our TCL pathways to ensure that students are being challenged and placed appropriately in pursuing opportunities that they may not have otherwise considered. And last but not least, our professional development focus is on providing teachers with looking at our student achievement data as well as their feedback, and then our walkthrough and observation data, providing teachers opportunity to build their capacity, focusing on implementation of the Beaufort County Instructional Framework, PSYOP training as well for our ML learners, and then also the text talk text strategies of really getting students to focus on the basics, but at a high level of rigor. Thank you so much. We are grateful for the support that we are getting from our district team.
Thank you, Ms. Lassard. You're welcome. Thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. So you could see within this slide, we have high expectations, a viable curriculum, personalized learning, and our students are at the center. But I need to put something even more so forward to each of you. These principals who came forward this evening have demonstrated to you their dedication to education, as well as to their schools. In the language of Colonel, they've conducted an after-action review. They've taken a look, they have reflected, and they're putting in a plan of action. That formal plan of action will come forward to you on December 10th. At this time, we're open for questions from our principals and to myself from the district level. So thank you for this opportunity.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, Ms. Brown. You had 34,
Yes, sir.
2 points.
2 points.
That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, to me, as far as state rating schools, they need to do a better job. Thank you very much for your card.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Colonel Guyer?
All three of you is, how do you motivate your children to take this test seriously when this test doesn't go, the results don't go on a report card?
Well, I can tell you one of the strategies we're using at Port Royal Elementary, and this is for students in kindergarten through 5th grade, is they actually took time to analyze their previous iReady scores and set goals for themselves. And we not only set goals for their typical target growth, but we are asking them to push, what is a stretch goal for you? And through that process, it was a conference with an individual conference with their teachers to not only identify those numbers, because a 5-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old, those are a little bit abstract for them. But then they dug down a little more and said, what can you do to influence those scores? And they are that achievement. And they were able to name the things that they were going to do. They're going to read every night. They're going to practice their math facts. They're going to pay attention and give a little more effort during their lessons. So they wrote all of these things down, and then their teachers are reminding them of the goals that they have set. So that's one way we're doing that. And even our littles, all the way to our 5th graders, are naming those things and revisiting what they can do in addition to what our teachers are helping them do.
Home of the Mighty Cougars, and we're on the prowl. And our prowl is our PBIS matrix, where the O stands for Own Your Learning. So during our advisory periods, students did similar practices with their MAP percentages and looking at their percentiles and knowing how much their target growth is supposed to be each time they take that assessment, and they too set goals for how to reach them. We bribe them a little with incentives and rewards and things that are going to motivate your average 10 to 14-year-old who are mostly not motivated on many days. But the constant effort that my teachers and my assistant principals put into us also meeting one-on-one with students and encouraging them, knowing that you are so close, you just need X, Y, Z number of points. I know you can do this, and if you do, then you don't have to go to reading intervention next semester. Those things work, and we did have a lot of students make their progress, just not quite enough. But we're continuing to do the work.
Thank you for the question, Colonel Guyer. For us at the high school, ours involves a lot more than just the test scores. That's a component, but we involve students in data analysis throughout the whole report card. But on a daily basis, leadership, we use goal setting all the time. But when we did that school-wide activity where the students really dug deep into the report card, it was very interesting, some of the results that they gave to us, really thoughtful and specific about what they need or ways that they could improve, because they really did care and they really wanted to know more about how the report card is calculated and what is their direct relationship to it. So it was a very effective practice for us to do as a school.
Mr. Smith?
Well, my question was just, I'll be just like to ask each and every one of you to get you out of this underperforming situation. From as board members, what do you need from us as board members? Tell us, is it money? What do you need from us from this level to help you out, to make sure that we've done everything within our power to help you get out of this situation or status? But yeah, excuse me.
Well, I can speak to, as soon as we received our scores, we started digging in. We knew we were going to need a plan of improvement, and we have already received overwhelming support from the school district and our ISD department in terms of resources for professional development and also observations. We've had teams of folks coming and observe and to identify where we can improve our strategies. So we have already taken advantage of a lot of things that are available to us. I personally will just reserve the right to come back and ask for a little something later. But right now we are getting a lot of support, and I do believe that we're going to be able to make a dent and make progress this year.
Echoing those same points as my colleague, Ms. Gowd, stated, the district is working with my school and all of our schools, particularly on monitoring observation visits and just making sure that the things that we are reporting are taking place are actually happening. It's that checks and balances, that process of the plan that we have in place. Not only am I monitoring at the school level, but they are also helping to assist with that. Regarding training for my teachers, specifically in GT and PSYOP, they have opened up additional spots so that I could add more teachers to that training early on. Initially, the district, I think they get 10 spots every couple of months. I was afforded to send a larger number of teachers to the team for the training ahead of this because the need for my staff to be trained with those strategies is of utmost importance. Similarly with GT endorsements, those are 2 full graduate courses that need to be completed to get the endorsement added on. And I am working closely with the district's GT coordinator, Scarlett Mooney, on making sure that my teachers, especially the ones who are teaching advanced classes right now, have priority to attend those courses and get trained. But I too would like to reserve the right to request some additional support as it becomes necessary.
And I'll just, again, echo what both my colleagues have said. We work to monitor our progress all the time. Having the teams come in, give us additional eyes is definitely helpful. And so we appreciate it. And I mean, everybody's been very responsive to any questions we have or needs that we have. So I guess I'll also reserve the right to ask for help in the future if needed.
I would definitely say, you want to add to that?
Well, yeah, I do. Actually, for the gifted and talented, we've opened a section that's going to be conducted at Beaufort Middle School. That'll be addressing Beaufort Middle School and some of our schools north and abroad to be conducted by Dr. Pratt and USCB. PSYOP training, we've increased the amount available and increased the opportunity of trained trainers. If you recall, Liz Rivera last year spoke with you and she met that 100% mark of PSYOP training. And I have a feeling it's going to be happening with the group behind me.
Just to add to, if I was Bob Barker at The Price is Right, boy, y'all was a tough audience, but with Bob Barker, you can only win that day. But no, I definitely appreciate each and every one of you. And just to speak to Mr. Campbell about what he said about the 2 points with Dr. Brown, the Liaison Middle School, we're not in no way, shape, or form, Mr. Campbell. We're not worried at all. Because one thing I will tell you is that Dr. Brown do work very diligently with the school and the community to get those numbers up, and she does not hide that sometimes she's not always where she wants to be, but they are working. And she, as the times when I visit the school and I walk the halls with those kids, I will say that she knows those numbers and she tells them, hey, what you got going on in this class right here. So without a shadow of a doubt, Dr. Brown, I'm not worried, not one bit, that you're not going to be in this bubble come next year. So I'm excited to know that you understand where we're at, and you're going to let the community help them understand where we're at, and we're going to move forward. So I look forward to the continue of your work, but Mr. Campbell, yeah, we are looking to well succeed that bubble and move to the one beyond that. So I'm excited about y'all work and continue to do what you do. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell?
Yes, I'm familiar with Ms. Brown from Willow Branch Middle School, so I know exactly what she can do. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, as the principals had shared with you, they're one and done. There's a pathway for excellence, and in the language of Dr. Dixon, we're not there yet, but we will be there.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, this is Gordon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'd like to say something very quickly to the principals that are there tonight. Thank you for being here presently with the school board, presenting what you presented. It is awesome. And I do believe in you and know that this is a one and done. But I also know how hard it is for you to be here tonight, to speak before us, and to be close with just 1-2 points or whatever got you in this position. It's not you. It is not you. It is a team. It is all of us. So I wish you great success, and with the ISD team behind you and everyone in the community rooting for you. You are one and done, but tonight you were spectacular. Thank you for the presentation. All right. Oh, I'm done. I'm sorry.
You gonna time?
No, I'm
Are you
done.
ready?
Thank you. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So the second period, public comments, we have one commenter who's here in person, and this is Jim Miller, and his topic is band, good or bad news.
And may I change that? The late hour, I will do that next time. You know I'll be here. I would just like to make a comment about the academics presentation on the arts. And I don't know much about the other arts except band, but all I saw was very much of just a surface. And what I mean by that is there's a it was just a number of students. Let's talk about the number of students in band versus, put it in the math terms, over the denominator of the enrollment of the entire school, and how that rates with other schools in the state. Disappointing situation. And I can tell you, I have given them data that they can present to you that shows how they compare with other schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We have several motions here. And the first motion is, I move that the Board of Education accept the donation from Beachside Tire and Auto Repair for a book vending machine valued at $6,170 for MC Riley Elementary School and Early Childhood Center students from grades PK through fifth grade.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Online?
Aye. Gordon, aye.
Yeah. Nay
Nay, aye.
and Hay? I think she has left the meeting. All right, so the donation is approved, 10-0-0 with Elizabeth Hay absent. And I would just like to say thank you for the very generous donation to MC Riley. It's very much appreciated.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve to extend the current contract with Malden and Jenkins LLC for a period of 2 years.
Okay, second by Carlton Dallas. So why don't you come up and give a little summary?
Just going to hold the microphone so we don't have to move
Yeah,
the
that's
podium. Just to reiterate briefly, our audit is required by the State Department of Education every year. We have a procurement audit that's also required every 3 years, but we do it every year, so we don't have to pull 3 years back of data. We've had Malden and Jenkins out of the Macon office as our auditors for the last 4 years. We're finishing our 5th year now. We have been moved from the Macon office to the Columbia office, a brand new team, all new leaders, staff, and are very happy with their communication, their efficiency, and we're about 2 weeks earlier on our audit this year and has gone very, very smoothly. In the interests of efficiency on our staff, so we have the ability to go out for 2 additional years with board approval, and then we will be required to bid out the services. And so this auditing services is required for board approval. And so just because of we are in doing so well, so efficient, and a brand new team, we are very interested in extending that contract by 2 years. And we are this evening are requesting that extension. Another point is that in the world of auditing, there are a lot of firms getting out of the school district business. It is very unprofitable. It is also increasingly tedious with new GASB or governmental accounting standard pronouncements and State Department deadlines that lack information early on to help do their audits. So the pool of applicants to do them is getting more narrow. So it's becoming more difficult to find folks that work well with us. So just making that request this evening and hope that we'll be able to extend for 2 years and then we'll shift back to the bidding process.
All right. All in favor of the motion? Go ahead.
Other comments?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
We're just trying to move things along.
Right, you understand that. I do hear everything that you're saying and everything that you said, and even stuff that we talked about in the meeting earlier today. But it's just in the process of studying some of this, I understand that we're getting a different team, but even though it's under the same company, sometimes those companies still have they still have the same functions and they still have the same systems of how they account information and how they collect data. So to me, it's just a little concerning in terms of, they say that you should change companies after so many years. So due to us not possibly changing the company, I just can't support that. I just can't support this motion today, just because of that, and just just because of that. I'm just looking. Sometimes we have to change, unfortunately, and not necessarily get out of our comfort zone, but there's different functions that different companies do. So that's just going to be my vote today. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Aye, okay. You've already said nay. Online?
Gordon, nay.
And
Nay, aye.
nay? Okay. And Hay, not there. Okay, so the motion carries. It is 8-0. Gordon and Smith nays.
I move to have electronic public comments open 24 hours prior to a meeting from 5:30 p.m. the day before to 5:30 p.m. the day of the meeting. And in-person public comments may submit their comment card up until the public comment period begins.
Thank you. Mr. Carson. Yeah. I think you clarified there. Well done. All right, any further discussion? This is the second reading, and this will become policy if it passes. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Gordon?
Aye.
And Ned.
Aye.
All right, carried unanimously.
Madam Chair, it's my privilege to move that the Board of Education nominate Mr. Carlton Dallas for the SBA Region 1 Director.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kendall seconded. And, yeah, I'd say, nicely done, Carlton. SCSBA asked for him to serve in this position, and it is for a one-year term. Patricia Simmons, who is currently in that position, decided not to run for reelection. And so I believe our nomination, if successful, which I expect it will be, that they will make it formal at the delegate assembly. Okay. Very good. Mr. Smith?
Well, yeah, actually, I have some questions in terms of, I did speak, but I was just in terms of how did we get to this point in terms of putting this up as the motion and to have this conversation, because
They reached out to us,
okay,
and Mr. Dallas graciously accepted.
well, that's something I will take upon at the meeting, but also me and some I had spoken to the lady who was not running at one of our last sessions, and she and I also talked about possibly looking to do this, putting to do this. But I will concede to Mr. Carlton, to Mr. Carlton Dallas, being that the organization has reached out to him. But that's just I just want to put that on record today. Also, how we got here and what the prior actions that took place. So thank you for clarifying that. Thank you very much, and Mrs. Dallas. You have my full support. Thank you. Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Online?
Gordon, aye.
Nay, aye.
All right, it's unanimous. Congratulations. I have to sign something and send it up there. Yeah.
I just would like to say thank you to all my colleagues for that support.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
And who's going to second it? Ms. Boatright. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Gordon, aye.
Nay, aye.
All right. Consent agenda is approved. Any future agenda topics? All right, Dr. Rodriguez, do you have any announcements?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment and yesterday was Veterans Day, and I want to take a moment and thank all of the veterans in our community and certainly here on the board. And we appreciate everyone's service as well as our employees that are veterans as well. Thank you.
We're down to adjournment, and we can adjourn by unanimous consent if there's no objection. Good night, and thank you for everyone who participated and was watching also. Thank you.